We'll start with the karakia. Now, before I do, I know how many have we got online. I know I've got Councillor Boone online. Yes. Councillor Condi. So that's good. Okay. Morena. Okay, we'll start with the karakia. Whakatakatahau ki te uru, whakatakatahau ki te tonga, kia mā kine uta, kia mā tara ki tai, ehi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he hoka, he hauhu, ti he Maori. Thank you very much, and you can all sit. And Councillor Calvert, of course, we will give you a dispensation. Was she? It's like sort of scootering in. So look, thank you. I'll declare the meeting open, and I'd like especially to welcome Manjit, and from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, Abba Tekle Salasi Tekle Hawarat Bokan. I hope I've got that right. And Amanda Wandriad, who's the translator from the Interfaith Council. So welcome. It's always fabulous to have you here. If you'd like to come up and just speak to us briefly, and then to bless the meeting. Thank you.
Morning, Your Worship. Morning, councillors. It was Pentecost for the Orthodox Church on the 21st of June. And on Sunday, the Ethiopian community celebrated the Feast of St. Mary's. And I thought it would be appropriate to have them to do the prayer and blessings today. Abbas Leshe has come here from 2019, November. I was on the way to Ethiopia when he was coming in with the Ark of Covenant. So there's a special affinity for me with them. And Amaha he's a translator, but he's also a lawyer. He helps with refugee work in the Ethiopian community. Abba?
It is great to have you both here, and good to see you again.
You understand?
You can see.
Sorry?
በስመ አብ ወወልድ ወመንፈስ ቅዱስ አሐዱ አምላክ። ቅዱስ ተብለህ የምትመሰገን አምላካችን እግዚአብሔር ሆይ አቤቱ ይህንን ጊዜ ባርከህ ቀድሰህ ስለሰጠህን እናመሰግንሃለን።
Father,
አቤቱ አምላካችን እግዚአብሔር ሆይ ቀሪውን ጊዜ እንድትባርክልን ይህን ስብሰባ እንድትባርክልን እንለምንሃለን።
we pray the wisdom and to bless the time we're going to spend here.
አቤቱ አምላካችን እግዚአብሔር ሆይ በዚህ ሰዓት የታመሙ ወገኖቻችንን እንድትምርልን ለዓለም ሁሉ ይቅርታን ቸርነትን እንድትሰጥልን እችን ያለንባትን ምድር ኒውዚላንድን እንድትባርክልን እንለምንሃለን።
We for you to
አምላካችን እግዚአብሔር ሆይ ቀሪውን ጊዜ እንድትባርክልን እንድትቀድስልን ለዓለም ሁሉ ምሕረትን ይቅርታን ሰላምን እንድታድልልን ስምህን አባታችን ሆይ ብለን እንጸልያለን። አባታችን ሆይ በሰማያት የምትኖር ስምህ ይቀደስ፣ መንግስትህ ትምጣ፣ ፈቃድህ በሰማይ እንደሆነች እንዲሁም በምድር ትሁን። የዕለት እንጀራችንን ስጠን ዛሬ፣ በደላችንንም ሁሉ ይቅር በለን እኛም የበደሉንን ይቅር እንደምንል። አቤት ወደ ፈተና አታግባን ከክፉ ሁሉ አድነን እንጂ መንግስት ያንተ ናትና ኃይል፣ ክብር፣ ምስጋና ለዘላለሙ አሜን። እመቤታችን ቅድስት ድንግል ማርያም ሆይ በመልአኩ በቅዱስ ገብርኤል ሰላምታ ሰላም እንልሻለን። በሐሳብሽ ድንግል ነሽ፣ በሥጋሽም ድንግል ነሽ። የአሸናፊ እግዚአብሔር እናት ሆይ ሰላምታ ላንቺ ይገባሻል። ከሴቶች ሁሉ ተለይተሽ አንቺ የተባረክሽ ነሽ፣ የማኅፀንሽም ፍሬ የተባረከ ነው። ጸጋን የተመላሽ ቅድስት ሆይ ደስ ይበልሽ፣ ልዑል እግዚአብሔር ከአንቺ ጋር ነውና ከተወደደው ልጅሽ ከጌታችን ከመድኃኒታችን ከኢየሱስ ክርስቶስ ዘንድ ይቅርታና ምሕረትን ለምኝልን ኃጢአታችንን የሚያስተሰርይልን ዘንድ ለዘላለሙ አሜን።
Thank you both very much. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Yes, Your Worship, as far as the emergency that you have declared, the Interfaith Council and ECTA would like to help. If there's anything that we can do, whether you need blankets, whether you need food, we would like to come forward to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind offer. We won't make any great announcements about emergencies, but I don't think it'll be long-lived, so you'll be fine. You can stand down on that one. But thank you very much for the kind and generous offer.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, I am going to take the opportunity, first of all, to move apologies. So I don't think we have any apologies other than possibly Councillor Foon for early departure, should we go that long. So if we can, I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Sparrow. Thank you. If you can all vote, please. And officers are circulating a paper which I'll ask you to make, to cover off very shortly. Thank you. Yeah, we have to, yeah, but I'll come to that later on. Yeah. Councillor Calvert, can you vote please on the apologies? Well done. Okay, thank you. Right, announcements by the Mayor. Look, I did want to take the opportunity to start off to say two things. One, I wanted to say some thanks, and the second one is I wanted to reflect on the last 6 months. So the first part is to say some thanks. So we've just been through, we've got ourselves back to level 1, which is great. And so my first thanks is to say to all of the Wellingtonians who have actually gone and got themselves tested when they needed to all of the services who have supported us through that time, the government agencies, but also to everybody who stepped up the game in terms of things like contact tracing and hygiene protocols. So we have got through. I think there's a real feeling we dodged a bullet in this one, and that yeah, I see some looks around there, but we might not get so lucky next time if this happens again. And so that we do need to be vigilant. We are not post-COVID. And we need to keep up the good hard work that's been being done. If we talk about being a team of 5 million, that means we all need to be part of that team of 5 million actively, not just sitting on the sidelines hoping everybody else will do things. And the second part of the thanks, of course, is no sooner do we say, well, do we know that we're going into back to level 1, is we have a state of emergency on our south coast. And I wanted to say my thanks to all the staff, the contractors who have worked, many of them through the night in some pretty trying conditions to keep people safe. And I also wanted to say thank you to the residents, particularly the residents of Breaker Bay, who have taken heed of the advice or the instruction actually to leave their properties. And that's a hard thing to do, but sometimes we have to do these things to keep people safe. So I think we've had two things. It hasn't been as bad as we expected, but we do have to take precautions. And you know what would happen if it was as bad as was expected and there had been serious damage to property or potentially risk to life, and it had been in the middle of the night, and it would be very, very difficult for the emergency, if not impossible for the emergency services to get people out of a place which is as difficult to access as Breaker Bay is. So we do have to take precautions at times, and that is what we did. And I think we've come through that, but apparently the waves are still very powerful. And there's still going to be more. We are now at high tide time. there's still likely to be more debris, at least on the roads, before the roads have to be cleared again by our team of hard-working contractors and staff. So I wanted to place on record my thanks to all of them. Now, the other thing I wanted to say was at the council meeting in December, I reflected on what this council's achieved over what have been the most difficult of years, 2020. And I also reflected on what we would need to address in 2021. And actually, it's really good to look back at the list of things which I spoke about then and to think how far we have come on many of those. Of course, we're going to be passing an LTP later on today, and that is a landmark in any triennium. And I think so it's now really appropriate to reflect on the positive achievements of the last 6 months since I made those comments in December. And what I said in December 2020 is that 2021 holds a lot of interlinked opportunities and challenges. Those the biggest ticket items that I identified included the long-term plan. I said that was going to be exceptionally challenging. Of course it was. We will sign that off today, and we will talk more about that shortly. I said there will be a focus on infrastructure, on upgrading our Three Waters network and on advancing investment in the landfill and sludge treatment. Now, for the first time in our city's history, we will fully fund not just depreciation but the renewals of our assets through the LTP, which we will pass later on today. And you can see that we are making very good progress on the ground. As you can see, the works in Whitmore Street and Bowen Street, Jervois Quay, the work was done there well under time, great work, and the planning and condition work that we know Wellington Water is being done. And Puroro Reservoir, of course, our city's biggest reservoir, is proceeding very, very well. I said we will be investing in reducing our city's emissions and on ongoing environmental restoration. Again, that is fully funded in this long-term plan. I said that Let's Get Wellington Moving would need to start moving, and it really is. I think people are starting to get the feel that we're actually going to do something, not just keep talking about doing something. So the health check's been completed. We've agreed new weightings. We've made an initial decision on Thorn and Quay. We've progressed decision-making on the Golden Mile. We have just released the Cobham Drive crossing for consultation, and work is proceeding to get the big investment packages in front of our community later on this year. So Let's Get Wellington Moving is actually moving. We've agreed a spatial plan, vigorous debate, and we are progressing towards a new district plan. We've made decisions that previous councils didn't and are engaging with government to start fixing the unsustainability of our social housing portfolio. We've engaged on and shortly to decide on two important pieces of strategy, our arts and culture sector and our social wellbeing and children and young persons strategy. And work is progressing well on our economic strategy. We've made further decisions on our central library, and design work is advancing. And of course, we're having a wee look at whether there are different technologies which we might use to economically strengthen the building. We've consulted on a new framework to guide the redevelopment of Tanaka Civic Square, and we will conclude that again in August. Work is continuing to deliver Taikina, the Town Hall and the St James Theatre. Disappointment that the St James Theatre is not quite going to meet the timeframes that we wanted, but these things are not always within our control. In addition, we've joined with several partners through the Paniki Promise to take actions to make our city look and feel and be safer, and there is more to come there. We've reviewed our own governance arrangements, which I hope put us in a much better position to meet the challenges and opportunities of the rest of the triennium. We've agreed mana whenua representation on our committees, and there will be a Māori ward in the 2022 election. We've joined the new Wellington Regional Leadership Governance Group, which has its first meeting tomorrow. And we've supported a fantastic events program in our city, and some of the other things we've done include agreeing a new cemeteries management plan and a new procurement strategy. So I think in short, councillors, it has been an immensely busy few months, and I think we've all said that we want to be a council that gets things done. And I think when you look at that list, and that list could have been longer because there are other things I could have added to that list, we have been doing exactly that, and we will continue to do so. So I want to conclude my remarks by just saying I want to thank you all as elected members and all our wonderful management and staff for your hard work, your thought, your skill in getting us this far and getting us to a long-term plan that we will adopt shortly. Thank you. Conflict of interest declarations. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? I see none. Confirmation of the minutes. I'm going to move the motion that the minutes of the 26th of May, which have been circulated, be taken as read, be agreed. Councillor Fitzsimons, you happy to second? Thank you. Vote, please. You're getting the votes from... Online? Yep, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Now, it takes me to items not on the agenda. There is a late item which is not on the agenda, a parking implementation plan. You've just had a document circulated to you. The item is not on the agenda because of the implementation of the parking charges and the operational requirements need further consideration. And the related operational requirements need further consideration. The decision cannot be delayed because of committee availability over the coming month. Of course, we don't have a meeting in July, and the operational implementation tasks that need to be made. I'm going to move that. I'm looking for a seconder. Deputy Mayor, is there any debate? Councillor Pannett. She did warn me that she might.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. Look, I'm a little bit concerned about process here. We have gone through an extensive consultation. We have had numerous discussions about parking, and then suddenly, because we get a letter, and I respect the people who have written the letter, but nevertheless, one letter, we're suddenly now changing our process. And so I think we should ask some questions about whether this is going to be the standard process from now on. Do you just write a letter and then council makes a change? And yet again, local government has decided to focus on one actually relatively small issue compared to the very, very large budget that we're paying to, we're going to pass today. And we have made very strong and ambitious statements to deal with climate change. And every time we get pushback around parking issues. So I am disappointed by the process, and I think we need to think pretty hard about how we deal with these issues going forward.
Thanks, Councillor. Anybody else? Councillor Calvert. This is just effectively on whether we actually accept the late paper. It's not having a debate about the paper. Okay, that will come later, assuming that you decide that you want to do that.
I'm just addressing some comments, really, saying it's been out for consultation. Well, no, it really, the consultation was a one line at the back of the consultation document, drawing attention to another document. So, and then there was some advertising for the Regulatory Process Committee. So there wasn't, and when we went out for consultation, the feedback we did get was basically pretty much ignored. So I think it's very appropriate for this paper to come forward. We had, and in particular, because even with the decision that was made, there was no economic assessment either. So poor engagement and consultation and poor evidence-based decision-making. I think it's appropriate it comes back to us now.
Thanks. Councillors, can I just encourage you, all we're doing at the moment is simply saying, are we going to have to accept this paper or not accept this paper for debate? And we'll have the debate at the end of the council meeting. So please, if you don't feel that you need to debate it to persuade other councillors to accept it, that we're going to put it on the agenda, because that's all we're talking about at the moment, then I would say just hold your powder for the moment. So with that, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, I do want to comment, mainly because Councillor Wolf and I moved an amendment last time we considered this in response to a group of businesses in the CBD that asked that parking be extended to 3 hours. They did a petition online, they approached councillors, and they engaged in a constructive way to try and get their matter addressed. Today, because a group of arts organisations, who I strongly support, wrote a letter and were able to get extensive media coverage, we're looking to implement their change. Now look, I support that, I support the discussion, but I really think it's unfair that a group that put a petition online, engaged with councillors, we sought officer advice and then got the best possible amendment we could get over the line, are effectively silenced and unable to have their voice heard at this table. And I think it sends the wrong message to residents and groups that you need to effectively be able to use the media effectively in order to advance your issues, in order for this council to take them seriously. So I will be discussing this further in it, but I did want it noted that I don't think we want to send that message to communities, especially given the extensive consultation that we do on the LTP and the huge amount of money we spend on engagement. So I'm disappointed on behalf of the person who did the petition, engaged constructively with Councillor Wolf and I want to see that addressed as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rush.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think when you've made an oversight that's drawn to your attention, you should fix it. That's what we're doing.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. Nice and briefly to the point. Nobody else? Cool. Okay, councillors, we'll put I'm not going to... Yeah, no, actually, I will respond to one thing before I do that, and that's just say I think it is more than one letter. I think we've had a range of advice from a number of different sources, and I think it's also not the fact that it is one, it is the fact of what it says, and particularly that it comes from, if you look at, and I've just said, you know, we support a fantastic arts and culture program, etc., but I think what they're warning us is that there are some issues around that. So that's all I needed to say at this point. Councillors, if we can vote, please. We're just voting on number 1, which is to consider the item regarding the parking implementation plan as a major item not on the agenda of the 30th of June 2021 council meeting, and that will then go to the end of this meeting, and we will then consider the substance of the matter. Thank you. Always consistent. Thank you. Public participation. I've got Jeremy Smith, who I don't see in the audience. We move on? Not there? Not there. He's not doing it on Zoom? No? Okay, cool. Right, we'll have to move on then. Okay, so in accordance with Standing Order 1911, so we've got all that. We've got the order, which we are not changing other than to include the parking implementation plan, which will drop in before the forward program, but those are in PE anyway. So yeah, so we don't have to do anything with that. Okay, cool. Right, councillors, we now move to the adoption of the 2021-31 long-term plan. I guess I've already sort of given a little bit of a synopsis of some of the things which are included in that long-term plan, but it'd be fair to say this is a very ambitious long-term plan. This is us stepping up massively the amount of money that we spend or that we invest, I think more appropriately, in the infrastructure of the city, particularly the Three Waters infrastructure, but not only the Three Waters infrastructure. For the first time, we are fully funding renewals. We are also fully funding the renewals basically across the board of our assets. That's our vertical assets as well as our horizontal assets. We've also made, after significant debate, we have made significant investment in the cycling budget. It was really a case of do we do a lot or do we do even more than a lot? And we've agreed that we want to do even more than a lot in terms of that budget. So what I'm going to do is to introduce the paper. Karen, do you want to come up now? Yeah. Okay. I'll get Karen up first, and then I'll go on to say a little bit more. Going to talk about the matters that you might raise, but anyway, you can do that.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here to talk about the audit opinion on the long-term plan. I'm pleased to report that we've completed our audit of the long-term plan, and we'll be issuing our audit opinion today after the council adopts the long-term plan, which it has in front of us. So if I could talk about the audit opinion. So we have issued a qualified audit opinion. I will be talking about the basis of the qualification in a minute, but I just wanted to add that apart from the possible impacts of that qualification, the plan does provide a reasonable basis for long-term decision-making and the coordination of the council's resources, accountability to the council and the community.
Karen, can I just get you to speak a little bit closer to the microphone? It is on, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, yeah, thank you. You're very softly spoken.
I see. The information and assumptions underlying the forecast information in the plan are reasonable, and the disclosures as required by the Local Government Act are complete. So the basis of our qualification, we've qualified the LTP in terms of the infrastructural asset condition information. So the Three Waters network, many assets in the Three Waters network are old, past their use-by date. The council has also experienced several pipe failures which have affected levels of service. as a result of some of the condition information in the network not yet fully known, the council doesn't use that information to inform its investment in the Three Waters. The investment in the Three Waters, particularly asset renewals, have been based on what the council considers is affordable as well. Given the challenges in this area, we consider that the council's approach is not reasonable and could, over the next 10 years of the long-term plan, result in reduced levels of service and greater costs than is forecasted. We have issued also a number of emphasis of matters, 4 of them. An emphasis of matter is not a qualification. They draw the reader's attention to some important matters in the long-term plan and to help them understand those matters in the long-term plan. The first one is around uncertainty over Three Waters reform. So the government intends to make some decisions around the Three Waters reform during the year. Those decisions have not all yet been made. So the plan assumes that assumes the status quo, which may not be appropriate once those decisions have been made and announced. The second emphasis of matter is around the delivery of the capital program. The council is proposing to spend $3.2 billion on capital projects over the next 10 years. That's a $900 million increase compared to the last long-term plan, which the council had proposed to spend $2.3 billion. Although the council is taking steps and introducing initiatives to ensure it delivers on its capital program, so it is assuming that it will achieve its program, there's some uncertainties in the current environment. Those factors include constraints in the construction market. Our emphasis matter draws the readers to attention to the fact that if the projects in the capital plan are not achieved, it could impact on the levels of service. The third area which we'd like to draw the readers' attention to is funding of the wastewater treatment plant, or the sludge project. The plan assumes that the council will be successful in obtaining external investment in this area. While the council has made good progress in seeking that funding, it has not yet been secured. So we've drawn that to the reader's attention. The fourth area we're drawing to the reader's attention is the council's debt limit is forecasted to be exceeded for the first 6 years of the plan. So the council does notice that its forecast debt is prudent because it's below the local government funding debt ratio of 285%. However, because of our qualification around the asset condition, the council may need to spend more money than it has forecasted in addressing the asset condition issues. So we're drawing this to the reader's attention. If more money is needed to spend to address those issues, the council will need to either reprioritise some projects in the capital plan or increase debt to fund that expenditure. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Karen. And
Thank you.
so what we will do is, if there are any questions of Karen, we'll deal with those now, and then we'll have our debate. Then we'll do the signing, assuming we pass everything, and then we'll put them up. Yeah. So look, I'm sure we can try and do that, but you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it in the next 2 or 3 seconds. So we'll deal with questions first. Hang on. Just wait for Karen to come back.
Restructuring for Three Waters.
Hang on. Wait for Karen to come back. Yeah.
I don't stand up.
Right. Okay. So I've got questions, and I will take them in the order that I was going to take them. And if you can stand, I think it's pretty good practice. So Councillor Fitzsimons, Councillor Rush.
Do you want me to ask all my questions at once or one?
Look, it depends how many there are.
Just 3.
Okay, 3 will do. Yes, it's good.
So I ask them all at once and then sit down. Okay. So my questions are, you commented around the council debt limit, which is expected to exceed our own self-imposed debt limit for the first 6 years of the plan. And I'm interested in your advice, given that how you've discussed it in the report, about whether it would have been better to simply have increased the debt limit. My second question is around city housing. Obviously, that was a big matter in your response to our draft long-term plan, but it's not an issue that you've raised now. And I just want to check that you're confident that that's been addressed through the current long-term plan, which we're about to consider, and that now we should just get on with actually implementing our requirements under that. And my final question is whether you've seen the paper on the implementation of the parking charges, which we're going to be considering shortly, and whether you're happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor. Your first question is around your debt limit, and if we've got any advice on should the council have increased the debt limit. That's a policy issue and a decision for council to make. The second one is around social housing. So we did qualify the council's approach to the funding of social housing in our consultation document. In particular, the council had left out some 400 million in capital expenditure from its forecast financial statements. The council has now included that 400 million in its long-term plan prospective financial statements. Therefore, between the consultation document and the final LTP, we have removed our qualification. We note that council has included in its long-term plans its intention to continue to talk to government to seek the income rent-related subsidy and or form a community provider for housing, where they access that subsidy. So we believe the council's approach in this area is reasonable.
Councillor Fitzsimons asked a question about the parking paper.
In the parking paper, I've not seen the parking paper in detail, so I'm unable to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Your Worship, I believe that the government has made an announcement on the Three Water reforms. It was embargoed to 10 o'clock this morning. I'm not sure whether... Is it 10:30? Let's not say anything about it.
Hold fire.
There is. So anyway, I guess, Karen, just on the Three Waters and the analysis you've done, I understand though that you're comfortable that the steps Wellington Water is taking to address the issues that you have raised are being undertaken in this long-term plan?
Wellington Water continuing to assess the condition of the assets and continuing to provide the council with advice on its assets.
Okay, thanks, that's all.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One is on the matter of emphasis around our debt limit being forecast. And I note you where the word prudent comes in here, which, looking that up, acting with or showing care and thought for the future. So do you, from just trying to understand this, do you believe that this council is acting in a prudent way around managing its debt to income ratio?
We believe the council is acting prudently and has disclosed the reasons for its approach to financial prudence. We're just pointing out that current debt levels are forecasted to exceed your self-imposed debt to income ratio for the first 6 years of the plan. And of course, the reasons for exceeding that is the investments you're putting into capital projects.
I did hear on the radio today that Auckland Council signed off on a $32 billion capital program of work, and they got a clean audit. The words Mayor Goff used was a clean audit, so I'm assuming there was no matters of emphasis on that. So just interested to understand how Auckland can spend $32 billion and have a clean audit, yet we're proposing to spend $3.2 billion, and and because of constraints in the construction market, we get a matter of emphasis.
I'm not familiar with the audit opinion on Auckland's long-term plan. I can say, however, though, there are many factors that need to be looked at. So a direct comparison of a dollar value of a capital program doesn't tell the full story. Other factors could include how well a council is placed, how well the region is placed as well, lead its program, how ambitious the council is with its capital program, comparisons to council delivery of the program in recent past, and also we compared the current capital program to the last capital program, which has increased by some 40%.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question, and that's in relation to parking, which we've got and I appreciate you probably haven't seen the paper, but we are looking at some amendments to what was proposed reparking in our long-term plan. And I do note that Section 96, the Local Government Act, says a resolution to adopt a long-term plan or an annual plan does not constitute a decision to act on any specific matter included with the plan. So if, and I appreciate you're an accountant, not a lawyer, but, and I don't know whether you can give any insight, but if we chose not to implement or action a decision that we've signalled in the long-term plan, what would be the impact from Audit New Zealand's perspective?
Karen, just before you reply, Barbara wants to just chip in a little bit.
Through you, Mayor, I just want to clarify for the council that we have called the auditor prior to tabling the parking report in front of you today and briefed the auditor on the intention and contents of that paper. Though, of course, we've only just tabled the paper, the auditor hasn't seen it, but has certainly been briefed on what we are proposing to do.
Thank you. Karen, if you want to respond to the question.
So our audit opinion today covers the long-term plan that's in front of you. So any significant or material change would mean our opinion would have to be withdrawn because we would have to audit that information before we can provide an opinion.
So what would be a significant, could you give us, what's significant or material change? Is there a dollar value attached to that?
Yes.
Service level? So what's a dollar? Is it sort of 5 million? Is it 10 million? Is it 100 million or 1 million? Just to give us a sense.
So our materiality, there is a dollar value.
Yeah.
So whether it impacts on the income statement, balance sheet, but we also take into account qualitative nature of the matter as well.
Yeah.
And whether it does have any impact, including for service levels.
So can you give me a sense of the amount from a materiality perspective, sort of in millions, or is that not possible?
Yes, our materiality is based on millions.
So 1 million or?
Councillor,
I'm just trying to understand.
Councillor, I think you know the answer, which is it's not material. Yeah. Okay. Right. Karen, can I just ask you one question, because that does come from Councillor Cal's first question. That is, can you just elucidate on the process that you go through to get a consistency of the decision-making process between audits between different councils?
Okay, so the Office of the Auditor General runs a hot review process. So once we complete the audit, we take our results of the audit and put it in front of the Office of the Auditor General. Particular areas they're interested in have also been taken into consideration, and we report back on them on that. So this ensures consistency of the audit opinions that are issued by appointed auditors, because there are many auditors involved in issuance of those opinions and many audit firms. So in order to get to where we are now, we have been through the hot review process. We've also been through an opinion review committee process, which is quite rigorous.
Karen, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the questions. Thank you. So what we'll do, Karen, I will introduce the paper. We'll have the debate, and then we'll sign the papers at the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So, councillors, I'm very pleased to introduce the long-term plan. This is a comprehensive package. It's a very ambitious package. It is, as you've heard, it's the most significant capital investment program that the council has ever undertaken, and I think that responds to a number of challenges that we faced, which were, some of them are unique to Wellington and some of them are ones we share across the country. Obviously something like COVID is something we share across the country. Well, we try not to share it, but you know what I mean. It's something that is an issue which affects us across the country. Some of the issues like the Three Waters challenges affect us across the country, but we've had some specific ones. I think it's probably reasonable to say that we have suffered damage from earthquakes to our Three Waters system. We've clearly suffered damage to our built infrastructure system. The very fact that we're in this building is because we've had damage to some of our own buildings in Tanako Civic Square. The fact that we are having to strengthen our library is because of the damage which was done as a result of the Kaikoura earthquake in Centreport and the learnings which have come from that. So those things are unique to Wellington. Let's Get Wellington Moving is another challenge, which is, it's not, there are transport challenges across the country, but Let's Get Wellington Moving is our unique challenge. Dealing with sludge is a unique challenge which we face as well. Many other jurisdictions have the ability to be able to dispose of waste to land. We don't really have the capacity to do that, the land to be able to do that. Social housing. We are the biggest social housing landlord outside of the government, and Christchurch's CHIP, who is just a fraction bigger than us. But we are a major social housing landlord. We have a challenge there. We need to address that as well. We do share challenges with other cities in terms of housing, and we are starting to respond to those through the spatial plan and the district plan. And then we have some challenges that we have been facing in terms of city safety, which are not necessarily unique to Wellington. But the point I'm making, councillors, is that this long-term plan responds to a large number of significant challenges, and we cannot duck any of them, and we have not ducked any of them. We've taken them all on head on, and those are the response to those is encapsulated in this long-term plan. 13.5% is significantly higher than I would generally be comfortable with. I would have hoped for a lot lower than that. Maybe we could have tweaked a little bit here or there and got it a little bit lower, but it would have only been a little bit lower. The reality is, if you look at the numbers which built this up, 8% of that comes from COVID and from the things that we did not do last year because of COVID. And then, of course, there is about 3% is from already made decisions in terms of capital construction works, which are then flowing through into our budgets, into depreciation and into interest bills. So it's a very ambitious plan, and I just want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to our staff again, and thank you to all the submitters who gave us advice on the plan for getting us to this point. I just wanted to respond to a couple of the things that Karen has raised in terms of the audit, and thank you for the amendments which have been made to that audit. I think it'd be fair to say that the standards and the rigour which is going into the audit has continued to ramp up, and that we might not have had quite the same level of scrutiny in previous LTPs. It's got better. That's not a bad thing, but it is ramping up, and I think we need to recognise that. The qualification I find challenging because although our assets are older on average than they are in some other parts of our region, given that Wellington Water is also servicing several other councils, it rankles a little bit that it's us that has to be qualified, where others it might only be a matter of emphasis or not even that. The key thing here is though that we are responding to these issues. So we have fully funded the renewals of our water infrastructure for the first time, as I said, ever, since the first pipe went into the ground in I think about the 1870s. So we are fully funding the renewals. So we are getting ourselves on track. You can see the work that's being done out on the streets at the moment, and you also know that Wellington Water is doing that condition assessment, which is the necessary bit which will then underpin the advice which will then go back to audit in future years, so we actually can say we actually know what the condition of all our pipes is. We know which ones need to be addressed and when they need to be addressed. And the final point I wanted to make in terms of responding to, the audit comments, is the risk of delivery, and it is a significant risk. The reality is that we will not deliver everything in exactly the time frame that has been put into our budget. We never do. That never happens. There's always things that get held up, whether it's held up because of consultation processes or changed decisions or changed scope or whatever it might be. The thing is, we don't know which parts of that budget are the parts which are not going to be delivered on time. But we know that some of it won't be. I think our tradition is usually we are, something like 15 to 20% under delivered. We just don't know which bits it will be. So I have no doubt that with us putting pressure on the market, with a hot market already, that with other organisations putting pressure on the market to try and deliver an enormous amount in a relatively small or short period of time, I've no doubt that some of these things will not be delivered exactly as they are, but it is a matter of timing. And so therefore I am sure that we are going to deliver the things that we have said we want to deliver over the period of this plan. It may not be in year one. If we said year one, it might be in year two, but we will still aim to deliver that. That's what we said. That's the level of service which we've committed to deliver on behalf of our community. It is ambitious. It's an ambitious plan, but it is responding to the needs of our community and the aspirations of our community. And I think you've seen those aspirations. If you look at the feedback on our long-term plan, the consultation process, those things that people really had a focus on, the community said, we think you're doing the right thing, or in fact, we even want to go faster. The one place that there was obviously a divergence of views between the survey information and the community feedback through submissions was in the cycling area. We've made a decision around that, and again, that's an ambitious decision, but it is responding, whichever way you see it, to our community. So I'm delighted to move this. I have got one little amendment which needs to be included in there, which is the bit in red. So it relates to the finance and infrastructure strategy, and it's really about that slight exceedance of the 225 limit, and the reason which is given there. I'll give you a moment to read that. But basically, if you have any questions about that, you're welcome to ask them. But basically, the concept there is that there are going to be times when we actually don't fully spend the depreciation on some of these assets when they're relatively new. So something like an Omororo, we are not going to need to spend a lot of we're going to charge depreciation on, but we're not necessarily going to spend all that depreciation in the first few years because it's a brand new reservoir. Similarly, something like a Takina, we're not going to spend the full depreciation in the early years because we don't need to, and that's really essentially what that is saying. And that is advice from, I think, from Karen and from our officers to respond to Karen's comments. So I'm pleased to
Excuse me, Andy.
And looking for, yeah, hang on. Let me finish first, please. And I'm pleased to move and looking for a seconder. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Okay, are there any questions?
Well, I was just wondering if we can get the text of whatever's been changed, because Laurie and I can't see it.
Yep. Very happy to do that, but if you could have let me finish, that would have been helpful too.
But last minute.
Sometimes we have to show flexibility to respond to the things that are brought before us. Okay, can you, so officers are going to send those to Councillors Condi and Foon. Thank you. So you should have those with you. So councillors, are there any questions about that? These are questions. Okay, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Rush.
Thank you. I was just wondering if this is a noting amendment or if we can get officer advice on it, just to help us process.
Absolutely, it is officers' advice, so they should be able to give you their view.
Kia ora, councillors. I just want to clarify that this addition was agreed with our auditor, and it was in response to explaining in more detail how the 225 limit actually works in practice in relation to depreciation renewals. So it is additional wording that we agreed with the auditor.
Thank you. Councillor Rush?
No, that was my question too.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Condi or Councillor Foon? No? Okay, cool. Right. So is that a question? Yes. Okay, yes. Thanks. Yep.
I wonder about, could you please get the, yes, we'll gratefully stand. Can you please just get the wording back up? So I wonder if it should in fact say that the level of debt is projected to breach. It's very confusing to me reading that because, you know, at one point one of our matters of emphasis was that we actually may not in fact do this because we may find it quite tricky delivering 100% of our capital program. So we're talking as if this has actually happened when I feel that it's responding to a prediction rather than.
Sarah?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the language in the finance and infrastructure strategy is consistent throughout, that we intend to deliver the plan as the plan sits. So if we start in one paragraph putting doubt over whether we will deliver the plan, we would need to be, it would just become inconsistent. So what you say, yes, is a reality. We may not deliver it, but this is on the assumption that we do deliver it.
Okay, good.
Councillor Sparrow.
I just want confirmation that the figure of 53 million for the Puroro reservoir is correct. My understanding it was more than that, but is that correct?
Someone going to give some advice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just looking for a nod.
My recollection is about 63 as well.
My recollection is it was there was a sum for Mayoral, but there was also a sum of about 15 million, if I remember rightly, for Wallace Street and all the pipe work, etc., leading up to it, which I presume is not part of that particular comment. But if we can get some numbers, we can always tweak the number if it's wrong.
We'll come back to you once the nod is seen.
Okay, Councillor Fitzsimons, then Councillor Condi.
Yeah, look, I was hoping Councillor Condi would speak and I wouldn't need to ask this question.
Oh, okay.
But I just want to make make sure that this is consistent with accounting standards, and I want to understand how this fits with the provision that I think was in the draft long-term plan around what happens with underspends in relation to the debt limit. And look, I'm no expert on the technicalities of this, but I want to understand that point because I haven't seen it carried through. But yeah, so is this consistent with normal accounting practices? And also, what is it that happens to underspends, and are we making an agreement? Are we carrying on the agreement we made in the draft long-term plan into this long-term plan in relation to that?
Thank you.
So I think through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I can answer all of those. Just point me if I'm not answering your question though. So the debt forecasted is the actual projection if we spend the full capital program. If we don't spend that capital program, we don't draw down debt, so the debt would be lower. What this paragraph is trying to illustrate is that at any one point in time, $1 you're receiving for depreciation isn't necessarily spent on renewals at that point in time. So you might build, say, think of Takina, you might build that asset, and from the day it's capitalised, you begin depreciating it over its useful life. You don't spend that depreciation on the renewals from year one because it won't be due for renewal until downstream once it's aged. What you're doing by paying down debt is you're creating headroom for in the future to be able to renew it. So that's in line with the infrastructure and financial strategy that we went out with in consultation in the draft plan. It hasn't changed, it's just providing more depth to the answer. If we had stopped, where we originally stopped in this sentence was that the pay down of debt is how we're getting down under our debt to revenue ratio in year 7, and that's mainly due to a surplus of depreciation funding that is not spent on renewals. Stopping it there sounded like we weren't intending to spend it on renewals ever, and we wanted to show that actually we have every intent in the plan to make sure we're expending our renewals budget. It's just doing it at the right time when the assets are due for renewal.
Yeah, so just my other question was, is this normal accounting practice? And isn't this the same way we got into the problem with water infrastructure?
Hence why we've added the additional assurity there that actually we need to be much more transparent around our levels of renewals and our depreciation funding so we don't get back into that position. So being transparent, providing reporting on how that's going. Yes, yeah. And yes, it's in line with how all the other councils do it, yes.
So good
and the auditors are happy with this approach and required us to flesh it out a bit more.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I was just wondering that first sentence is a little bit confusing, especially if you don't understand what's going on here. It just says mainly due to a surplus of depreciation funding that's not spent on renewals, which I understand, but it's not clear whether that's referring to why we're going over the debt limit in the first place or why we're then coming back under the debt limit. I don't know if that could be clarified any better, but I think if people don't understand how the depreciation funding works, then they won't understand which bit it's about.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it says reduces mainly because that comma might be being confusing. We could say that debt is being paid down because of, to be more clear, as in a real change.
That would be helpful, I think.
For clarification, we could work out little editorial changes under that resolution.
I think that would be helpful because it's already a confusing financial concept, so let's make sure that we're trying to be as clear as possible.
If you're confused, we definitely need
Thank you. That was the intention, to try and clarify it. Any other questions? No? No? There are no questions on the whole paper because we've done that. So it's just questions on that bit. There aren't any? Look, this seems an appropriate time to... have we got morning tea there or... No, we do. Okay, it seems an appropriate time to adjourn for morning tea. We'll come back in 10 minutes, and then Deputy Mayor, if you wish to speak, then. Okay. So actually, before we do that, then councillors, who would like to be on the speaking list? I might as well get that speaking list, and then. It's going to be a quick debate. Councillor Young, you're first up then. And okay, councillors, we'll take a break for 10 minutes. speaking list, I had Councillor Young, and at the moment she is the only one, and that's fine. Is there anybody? Is there anybody else who wants to go on the list? Otherwise, I'll quickly exercise my right to reply as soon as Councillor Young has done that. Councillor Young.
Councillor Wolf, I want your full attention.
Yeah, got you.
Scared not to. Good. So it probably won't surprise anybody that I am really concerned about the rates increases that we are voting on today. And it's not just this year. It's 10.5% for the next 3 years, with an average 5.5 increase per year over the next 10 years. That's year on year on year. And remember, these forecasts are nearly always wildly unreliable. So when you talk about 5.5% per year, that's the minimum. This will place a heavy burden on many Wellingtonians. I have been consistent about the need for Wellington to be both livable and affordable. Yet these rates increases will cause financial stress and in some cases hardship to those on fixed incomes, those on low incomes, and those with big mortgages. And renters won't escape either, as landlords will have to increase their rents to cover the additional costs. Rates postponement has been a suggestion for people who are struggling with their rates. That is not a solution. That's a scheme that is almost as pernicious as reverse mortgages. This long-term plan has too many nice-to-haves, such as skate parks, when the city is facing huge costs for the vital infrastructure upgrades, water in particular. Although I think we're past the 10:30 embargo. Anyway, we'll leave that aside. And let's not forget the huge unspendable increase in cycleway spending and the 40% increase in our capital program. It's disappointing that any suggestion of reducing council's costs has been described as austerity. In reality, it's normal to cut costs when incomes drop. That's what most people do. It's called fiscal prudence. So we now have, we have had no serious attempt at reducing costs. The executive leadership team is now twice the size it was in 2019. We now have, in 2019, we had 294 staff paid over $100,000 a year. Now it's 402. Auckland has cut costs. Lower Hutt has cut costs. Wellington has not. Of course, we're going to be without the benefit of the Wellington International Airport dividend for 2 financial years. This golden goose won't be laying its golden egg for Wellington ratepayers. So we are borrowing to cover operational expenditure. Understandable in last year's COVID emergency, but we shouldn't be doing it now. Borrowing money is a good way to ensure intergenerational equity for infrastructure projects, but it's not a good way to deal with a drop in income. And don't forget, interest rates may be at historically low levels at the moment, but they are beginning to creep upwards. And I can remember when they were 20% in the 1980s, that could happen again. I can tell you, it's terrifying. I remain opposed to a number of projects. I remain opposed to the Chinese garden because our waterfront should
Councillor, I'm going to give you 1 more minute.
Okay, should be open to everybody. And the Frank Kitts Park, despite being named after a useless mayor, is one of the city's most treasured and heavily used green spaces. So it won't be, I fell out of love with Let's Get Wellington Moving years ago because of its lack of action. Now it's beginning to crank into life, but I'm not convinced about its priorities, especially when our bus system is so unreliable. Local businesses, retail and hospitality are worried about their viability, especially when people continue to work from home, and it's also hard to get staff. Yet we're ploughing ahead with the busisation of the Golden Mile at huge cost. Council proposes to pump millions into First to Zero, yet Council generates more plastic bags than any other organisation in Wellington. I'm concerned at the lack of focus on business, particularly when I walk past increasing numbers of empty shops or have dinner at a restaurant that has been forced to reduce its hours due to staff shortages. Page 32 of today's papers is headed, "Where does the money come from?" The short answer is ratepayers' pockets. And
Councillor, can I get you to wind up, please?
Rate increase.
Oh, beautifully timed. Okay. Councillors, Deputy Mayor. Okay, Councillor Panic, hang on, just check. Councillor, just make sure I've got everybody, the list there we've got. So, okay, keep taking them. Brilliant, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
So look, I wasn't necessarily planning to speak, but I think you've made some pretty cheap shots there actually, Councillor Young. When I came onto council, I made a very simple promise to people in my electorate. I just simply promised to fix things. And you know something, without fail, people came up to me and said, that's what we need. The city is actually broken in many ways and we need it fixed. It wasn't obvious a few years ago that it was as broken as it was, but I think the Kaikoura earthquake, as we know, did a whole lot more damage to our water infrastructure and our underground services. And then, of course, we also know now that we need to do far more in the way of earthquake strengthening. And this is not free. Nevertheless, I think the reaction from our community has been gratitude that this council has taken an ambitious and bold approach to actually fixing things, and it's not going to be cheap. But I personally have had very little feedback about our 13.5% rates rise, apart from the fact that people don't necessarily like it, but they know it's needed. I think it's the right thing to do to signal a really bold and brave spend in a lot of different areas so that City can face the future with confidence. And in regard to delivering on this, I know it will be a challenge. And yet we are gearing our organisation up to deliver it with a project management office and much more attention given to our asset management plans and our asset management information. So I think you did take a fairly broad and wide range of cheap shots at a lot of things about Councillor Young. But I thank all of my colleagues who've actually worked constructively on this plan and the Mayor for leading it.
Words are cheap.
At least it's the smiles. Who do we have next? Councillor Pannett and Fitzsimons.
Thank you. Well, as it's very predictable in local government, and I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, every time we have a discussion about how high the rates are, and then we wonder why the water is broken and we can't get enough bus drivers onto the streets to get us around, and why our waste systems aren't very good. Rates are a public good which need to be paid to give us good quality services and to prepare us for the future. The capital program is ambitious, but I stand by that, and those of us in particular who have responsibility will work very hard to try and make sure that it is developed. The nice to haves are frequently mentioned, but there has been no real serious attempt to cut them, and no sort of analysis about what the costs are of actually cutting them, because there's always someone in our community that is impacted. So the skate park, which was mentioned, actually to one group of our community is very, very important, and so we responded to that in a modest way. I think those who want our rates lowered should be told and should be made to say where they want the cuts, because the reality is that most of it goes on big, chunky infrastructure like housing and roads and the water. And I guess we have a future which is going to be really difficult, really challenging, and local government needs to, as per the next paper, needs to focus on the really big, chunky issues rather than getting deep into the detail.
Short and to the point. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fitzsimons.
I also want to pick up on the comments of Councillor Young and say that these rates increases are not likely to be popular, but they are necessary. And the kind of issues that you've outlined this morning, I think, are the very kind of approaches that have got us into the problems the city is facing. This council has been too conservative about spending money. It's been too conservative about rate increases in the past, and it's been too conservative about the amount it's going to borrow. And we've seen the impacts of that conservative approach to rates and to borrowing in the water infrastructure crisis that we see all over the city. And I also want to echo what Councillor Pannett said. There has been no serious attempt to cut costs. It's easy to come and say these rates increases are too high and to cite the Chinese garden and the skate park, but even if those were out, the rates increases would be broadly the same as they are now. I also want to comment on the city housing, the provisions for city housing that are contained in the long-term plan. Originally, the $400 million in capital expenditure wasn't included. The auditors gave us a qualified opinion on that basis, and we were told that it wasn't affordable to include that. That now has been included, and I think that we must now start the planning for the renewals work and the maintenance work and the building of city housing buildings all across our city. We've budgeted for it. It should start to happen. And I've become increasingly uncomfortable with what I think is a manufactured crisis in city housing. Yes, there's some problems operationally with our funding, but we charge them rates. As a city council, we charge city housing itself rates. So over the years, we have in no small way contributed to the operational crisis that city housing is facing. So I want to see us commit to building more city housing across the city, commit to implementing the deed of grant, which we've now budgeted for, and I don't want to hear more excuses around the necessary upgrades to the homes that some of Wellington's most vulnerable people live in. I want that work to get started. We've budgeted for it, and I expect it to be planned and to happen. I also want to focus on the massive investment in water infrastructure. This long-term plan really is about fixing a deficit in our water infrastructure and a deficit of investment in water infrastructure. And we saw that throughout, as soon as we were elected, we saw the water infrastructure crisis really hit home and residents really pay the cost of our failure to invest over time. It is still shocking to me that councillors thought that we were investing depreciation into water renewals, but that wasn't happening. To me, that is a major failure of this council, and I commit that I will always ask difficult and tricky questions in the future, because with water infrastructure investment, I don't think those difficult and tricky questions were asked and the appropriate challenges were laid. And I think we need, if we're going to be good at governance, we need to do that much better in the future. I'm also really pleased
Councillor,
to see—
I'll give you one more minute. Yep.
Thank you. The inclusion of a solution for the island-based cycleway. I've said before that the failure of the council to implement the agreed 2017 decision has taken the commitment to cycleway infrastructure across our city backwards. The residents of Island Bay feel let down, and they need to see some progress and commitment, and I think this will be the starting point for us to be able to actually get on with other cycleways, having rebuilt some trust from the community in this council. Thank you.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk a little bit about this issue of cutting costs, and I think we need to be really clear that in fact our executive leadership team and all the staff in our organisation have committed to cutting significant costs and have already achieved significant cost savings on our behalf. What we have not agreed to do is to cut services. And I think it's very important that we make that distinction. There are significant organisational savings being delivered through this budget, as there were through the last budget. And there are significant organisational savings being forecast in future budgets, that our management team are working really hard to improve processes and streamline systems so that we can make cost savings. And we know that in IT, for example, some improvements that we've seen there have already saved this council and therefore ratepayers several $1 million. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the staff, all of our 1,800 staff who are working really hard to find savings in the organisation while we continue to deliver the same level of services that we know Wellingtonians have come to expect and aspire to. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Condi. Is there anyone else? Councillor Day. Yeah, okay, Councillor Day, then Councillor Calvert. Okay, where you go. Sorry, I called you first, so.
Kia ora. So I just really want to speak quite briefly to this, and I think the conversation we're having today definitely feeds into the reason why we are needing to look at the future for local government, because clearly the process that we go through is quite confusing for the community, and it creates a lot of uncertainty for community as well going forward. Having to review your 10-year plan every 3 years and striking rates every year makes it pretty hard. If we, as my colleagues have said at times, if the taxes were done the same way in this country, we'd have the same problem. It's always a drive down. And actually, when you look at the countries around the world that have some of the best standards of living, they pay the highest taxes because actually they can collectively provide the best services. So we've actually got the wrong mentality as a nation, and unfortunately this process leads us to that mentality every year, which is a bit sad. I just really want to thank my colleagues for
the support, and it was strong support for the significant funding increase for Māori development. We've made some really big decisions over the last few months with regards to representation and with Māori ward, and it's really important that we do back that with good resourcing, and I feel that we've started that with this LTP. I feel that in the future we'll need to increase that funding even further, but I know that there's many more conversations that are actually going to hopefully surpass this when we are reviewing how local government works, because I think there's a much better way that we can be working with mana whenua and tangata whenua in this country. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. My speech will be very short because, as Councillor Young said it so eloquently, a lot of my Chichirian. A lot of my thoughts. This was never going to be what some people like to classify as an austerity budget. We were certainly looking at over 10%, but I just don't believe that we needed to spend 13.5% rates increase for our residential ratepayers or close to 16.5% for our commercial ratepayers. We could have made some savings, but a majority of this council chose to add additional spending in without actually looking at what we were, whether we could cut services anywhere through what we were already providing. I know the Mayor says it's an ambitious infrastructure budget. I hear the word ambitious being used a lot. I hear it being used in our spatial plan as well. I'm really interested in being ambitious, but I also want to know what we can actually deliver, because it's all very well signalling stuff and patting ourselves on the back about what we're going to do. It's actually, what are we achieving? Are we actually delivering? And I think that's the key here. What are we actually going to deliver? And we've had the auditor has signalled concerns because it is a matter of emphasis in terms of the deliverability. And as I said before, surprising Auckland Council, with their huge capital expenditure budget, doesn't appear to have had a matter of emphasis. And knowing that these reviews do go through a review with the Office of the Auditor General, which does have oversight over all the audit reviews across the country for local government. So yes, I'm disappointed in this long-term plan. We certainly needed to spend money into our infrastructure, and that's the feedback that we got. But we also put additional spending in that we certainly didn't consult on, and I can't support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Calvert. I've got Councillors Rush and Paul.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been a bit disappointed about the bar humbug that I'm hearing. I am celebrating today. I think it was a masterstroke of genius from our ELT to have got us through the pain of last year. Our CCOs have really put things forward and have delivered in the most extraordinary of circumstances. And I want to thank each and every one of you as well. We haven't got everything we wanted, and there are things that I could go, well, I'm disappointed about this, I'm disappointed about that, but I'm really looking forward to getting on with work and getting on with the next 10 years worth of the capital program. So well done, everyone.
Short and to the point, beautiful. Councillor Paul.
Oh, tēnā tātou. I want to add on to that awesome positive vibe and say that I'm really proud to be a part of this process. This is the first ever in my life long-term plan process that I've ever engaged with, and it's been really awesome, and I feel very privileged as a young person to be able to shape the future of Te Whanganui Atara Wellington. I really want to thank the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for all of your work during this process and for your patience, and I want to thank my colleagues for us being able to work constructively together, and officers, Barbara, thank you for all of the long hours that you put in, all the sleepless nights to making sure we had all the information we needed to make the right decisions. I'm really proud of this. I think that in terms of our future challenges, particularly in the climate change space, that we are setting ourselves up well to be a 21st century capital city. I think when our rapid rollout of cycleways are in place, people will be cycling and walking all over the place. Hopefully the public transport system will be sorted by then, so we'll be living in this new way of living where we have high density housing everywhere. I really want to thank the officers, and particularly Moana, for the Pōneke promise. I've got to say that is got to be one of the key issues throughout this triennium that I've seen young people engaging with, actively making our city, and particularly our central city, a safer place to be, free from assault and violence and harassment. And I want to thank Councillor Day for your leadership on Māori partnerships. Yesterday, the exposure draft for the Natural and Built Environments Act came out, and the most exciting thing about that that I've been thinking about for the last 24 hours is that now people will be required to give expression to the principles in Te Tiriti or Waitangi as opposed to taking it into account. So we know that legislatively we're moving into a space in Aotearoa where we now need to give expression to the principles within the treaty, and I believe that having mana whenua around the table and having a Māori ward will allow us to do that better. So I'm very excited and hopeful about the future. I thought I'd be cynical coming onto this council, but it's actually made me feel more positive and hopeful about that future. So yeah, thank you. I think cities are at the forefront of the many different challenges we face in the climate space, waste, housing, and I think we're rising to those challenges. It's an expensive challenge to fix, but we're here and we're doing it, and I'm very proud to be a part of it.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Anyone else? No? Okay, well in that case I will exercise my right of reply. Look, thank you councillors for good discussion there. A couple of different views there. I guess I could say if I encapsulated those views, the views expressed by Councillor Young and Calvert, look, I have sympathy with saying that there are some things that maybe I would have disagreed with, and clearly I did during the process, but this is an 80-20 proposition. This is saying that you've got most of what you want. I think Councillor Rush put it very, very well. You've got most of what you want. It's something which we can buy into, and then that's what we should be doing. We should be positive about what we've got. We have the debate, we have the arguments, and then we go, look, got most of the things that are really important, focus on the big picture and say, yep, we're going to put our hands up and say yes to that. So look, I think this is a very positive. I think the word ambitious was being used. Yes, it will be challenging to deliver it, and we've got to focus on the delivery, but that's one of the reasons that we specifically put the delivery and the oversight of delivery into the Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Rush, you're going to have your work, well and truly cut out. That's really important, because sometimes what we do, and in fact the accusation is often made for governments as well, is they go, we pass the policy, go to it, whoops, it didn't work quite as well. So we've got to focus on the delivery, and that's not just the monetary side of things, but also the actual how things land on the ground. And we know that some of the bits, particularly around the infrastructure, all the pipe work's going to be needed to be done in the central city, the Let's Get Wellington moving. The integration of these things is going to be very, very important, getting them at the order right, and so oversight of that is going to be absolutely essential. In terms of some of the details that you raised, yeah, Councillor Free, I agree with you. I think the community has come back and said we want you to invest. It does come with a cost, but I think that our community has said that. The consultations certainly showed that. The surveys certainly showed that as well. Councillor Fitzsimons, the one bit that I agree with you about, we've seen the impacts of the Conservative approach. In terms of the housing, we've put the money in there, but we've also said that is not our preferred option, that we want to keep it negotiating with the government. We do need to get that IRR sorted out, because if we simply go and say, here's the capital and invest the capital, the deficit keeps growing. And if you look back to the paper which went through your committee, Councillor Day, it says that in 10 years' time the deficit will grow from $7 million a year to a predicted $49 million, and that we're looking at I think it's 49% rates increase across the next 9 years. Without social housing. If social housing was put in those terms at 61% for social housing, plus the 49, that is not sustainable. And so we absolutely do need to fix that. So it's not a case of saying the money's in the budget, go spend it. It's a case of saying the money's in the budget because we've got to put it in there to indicate that some spending's got to be done, but we've got to find a way forward. And of course we are engaging with central government about that, because we're just saying end the discrimination against councils and council tenants and put them on the same footing as they are for Kāinga Ora and third sector or CHIP housing. Another point I really do have to respond to is the point about that you made, Councillor Young, about the expansion of the executive leadership team. Now, Barbara's drawn me up the picture of where everybody was. There has been an expansion, not doubling, it's been adding one. And the one addition is Māori Partnerships. We can do the counting up later, but it's Māori Partnerships, so it's Karipa is effectively the addition, because there's been some moving around of, one job in, one job out. I don't think anybody could remotely suggest it is doubling. Other things to respond to. Yeah, I think most of those things I've probably already covered. Thank you, Councillor Rush, and Councillor Paul for the very, very positive responses to the budget. Oh, look, I think it is something, it's challenging, but it's something I think we should be proud of. We have grasped a whole set of nettles, and we're saying we are going to take the city forward because the city needs those nettles to be grasped. Some councils in the past have not done that, and that has put us, wittingly or unwittingly, in a position where things have started to fail. Now, you know, we couldn't predict earthquakes, and those might have caused some damage to our water infrastructure, but you can see that we haven't invested enough in our water infrastructure over time. So we are fully funding those things. That's the first time that that's ever been done, and that is something which I think is the responsible governance going forward. Councillors, I am proud to move this long-term plan. Thank you very much again for all of your hard work to get us to the place we are. Thank you to our management team and to all of your staff for the hard work that you have done, and thank you again to all of the submitters who have given us their views. You know, there's a variety of views. That's what our community. We will never please everybody with what we do, but we've got to do the right things. And if I can say also, thank you to Karen for doing the audit process to you and your team, and thank you also to the media for covering us in the way that you have as we have walked our way through this journey. And you can quote that bit. Councillors, we're going to take it to the vote. Does anybody want anything separately? Oh, no, seriously. Is there anything particularly you want separately? It's a very difficult place to vote for the plan, but not for the ways of funding it. So I'll give you a moment just to choose if there's anything in particular you do want to take separately. Which way is that directed, Laurie? It's a self-portrait. Right, have you worked it out? Councillor Young? Okay, which ones do you want separately? Can we just have a look at 1, 2 and 12? So you want 1, 2 and 12 separately, and you want the rest? 1 through to 12 is okay? Okay. 13, okay, keep rolling down. 14, okay. And are you happy with 15 and 16, so we can take those as well? So we'll do, okay, we're clear? We will do 1 to 12 and 15 and 16, right? Okay, and then we will do 13 and 14. Okay, 1 to 12 and 15 and 16. And the final vote will be 13 and 14. Right. Okay, we all got that? Okay, let's vote, councillors. So this is 1 to 12 and 15 and 16. Okay. Yep. Yes, that's what I've put. Yes. Well done. Okay. Right. Okay, we will now put 13. We'll roll it down for you. Okay. Lauren and Jenny both yes? Okay. Thank you. And finally, we'll put 14. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Right.
Round of applause for staff.
Sorry.
And press. Definitely press.
Yep. Okay. Right. So, Karen, time to come and do a bit of signing? Thanks, Eddie. This could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. I think that was from Casablanca, wasn't it? Councillors, Karen just wants to say a couple of words. The tradition that we have, part of this process.
Yeah. Well, the deed's been done. I've handed over. Hello, everyone. The deed's been done. I've handed over the opinion to His Worship here. I'd just like to thank councillors and this council and council officers very much for the cooperation we've received, many explanations, lots of countless supporting information and meetings held as well. I'd particularly like to acknowledge Jeffrey Cole, the project manager for the long-term plan audit. He's been very capable, and we've really appreciated him keeping everyone informed. And there have been many late nights by dedicated staff throughout the entire process, not just the final LTP process, but the consultation document process as well. So, yeah, congratulations on adopting your long-term plan, and thank you very much again for the help and assistance we've received and our good working relationships and everyone's professionalism. So thank you again, and all the best. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, now we've got to pay for all this. So I've got to move the paper on setting of the rates for 2021-22. The paper is there before you. So the two things which I'm going to say when doing that, one is that I've been talking with the CFO about how on the rates notices we can actually do some more work to try and make sure that people actually understand what it is that they are getting for their rates and what the components are within their rates. Councillors Young and Wolf, please. So that people are more aware of what they're actually getting for the rates. So it's not that amorphous blob, if you like, but they're actually saying this much is going for water and this much is going for libraries or whatever else, or whatever it might be. So we're doing a little bit of work on that. The other one, just to note in here that, of course, and Councillor Rush, thank you. The one change that is in there is the expansion of the Kilburnie Business Improvement District, which was supported by that community. There was a process issue. We collectively resolved that we wanted to proceed, and so that is incorporated in the recommendations in front of you. So I'm happy to move, seconded by Councillor Rush. Thank you. Do you wish to speak?
I'm fine. I'll reserve, I suppose.
Does anybody else wish to speak? See nobody wishes to speak, so I don't have to to reply to anything. So we will vote. Okay, so what we're going to do is vote on everything except for 3A. Correct? Okay, right. Let's please vote. So everything except for 3A. Thank you. And now 3A. 3A, just 3A. Okay, right, cool. So we voted on, did we vote on the rest of 3? Thank you, that's passed. That takes us to the next paper. Now, councillors, what we've been in the practice of doing is that where overseas travel is involved, while it's not necessarily an interest that the person subject to travelling vacates the chair, it's usually been the Mayor, so I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Mayor to go through this section.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. So this paper concerns a proposal for the Mayor to travel to the Asia Pacific Cities Summit in Australia in September 2021, obviously depending on whether that's possible or not. I believe, are you just going to briefly explain, Stephen or Amber, to us the background to this? And if there are any questions, we can then have them and debate and vote.
We thought the paper was fairly self-explanatory and there's already been some questions answered, so I'm not sure whether we need to introduce it, but Amber?
Yes, I think that's correct. I mean, the purpose is really to approve, for this council to approve the Mayor's travel to the Asia Pacific City Summit in Brisbane in September, and then followed by visits to our sister cities of Canberra and Sydney.
Okay, thank you. We do have a couple of questions, so is that right? Questions? Councillor Day and then Councillor Young.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you for the paper. It's very thorough and easy to understand what the purpose of the trip is. My question's just around the COVID situation, because I think at the moment some of this travel wouldn't be possible right now. Hopefully things don't stay that way. But do we know is there any refundable aspects of this, or would it just all be lost?
Well, I think we would have to really monitor this situation, because at the moment the Trans-Tasman bubble will not open till New South Wales and Queensland on Sunday like the rest of the states. But we will be monitoring that closely right up to September. Travel insurance will cover disruptions in those states. However, with lockdowns, there will be, if it's unforeseen, which it seems to be lately, there will be some costs for that.
Councillor Young.
I just want to explore the insurance question because I think a lot of insurance policies specifically exclude COVID-related hiccups. And could you just tell me the company that's got one that includes COVID so we can all use that company?
In this case, it's based on the Air New Zealand and Qantas flights. There is coverage. The thing that it doesn't cover are state lockdowns. So
I'm really just raising an issue. The other one is what happens if the mayor goes into lockdown and we don't have him in the city for a while?
So that has been assessed at the back of the paper. So there, the deputy mayor would have to act for the mayor. In that case,
I think the risk is low. So Councillor Pannett.
Right, just taking up really a high level. I am still unhappy about the way we changed our policy around dealing with sister cities and countries overseas to focus on economic matters rather than broader ones. So I would like to know whether the mayor will be challenging the Chinese government or the Chinese cities that presumably will be present at this conference about some well-publicised human rights issues. Or anyone else.
I think you might need to ask the mayor that. But he's not here to ask right now, and we can't speak for him.
What about our own government?
I think that will have to be a discussion you and the mayor have offline. You can certainly challenge him to do that, but we can't ask him right now. Do you have another question, Councillor Young?
It's really for Councillor Pannett. Are these the same Chinese cities that are helping to fund the proposed Chinese garden?
I think we're almost straying beyond the questions. Are there any further questions, or shall I just introduce the paper? I think I will introduce the paper. I'm moving, sorry, not introduce the paper. I'm moving the paper. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Rush. Is there any debate? Okay, Councillor Young. Sorry, Councillor.
Right, well, I think I've indicated my concern strongly enough, and I'm going to repeat it because I don't think it is acceptable that any city or any country turns a blind eye to gross human rights abuses wherever they are occurring, whether it's the US, whether it's Russia, whether it's China, whether it's our country. So that's right. We hold ourselves accountable. But look, there are very, very, very serious issues around the actions of the Chinese government. As someone, of course, has pointed out to me, in a communist country where there is no democracy, the issue of who is in charge, as opposed to cities, as opposed to government, is a little bit more complex. So I think as a serious point, the mayor can't obviously respond. I think this issue does need to be addressed with whatever representatives of some of the Chinese government that are there. And I also think we need to take a look at our policy. It is unacceptable to stay silent in the face of gross injustice.
Thank you, Councillor Paul.
Look, I just have to say, I think we need to be careful with that rhetoric because it kind of tiptoes very closely to xenophobia, because the Chinese government are not the only government that are currently committing huge human rights atrocities.
What is your
misrepresentation? I clearly said that other governments were doing, including our own. So I think that's actually, I was very, very careful to talk about other governments. Many are involved in that. And they are, Councillor Paul, gross injustices.
No, just a minute. I'm not going to uphold that point of order. Do you want to carry on with your
I will.
debate?
It was just in reference to the examples about the Chinese government. If the mayor wants to bring up any human rights atrocities, I would hope you would do so with every state that is there that is currently doing that. And actually, I would like to say that although China is a communist state, at least they are providing housing for their people.
I actually just... Can we just actually stick to the topic? I think we are, straying quite a bit from the point about the mayor going to Brisbane and Canberra. Okay, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to say that I totally support this trip, and as a member of Amnesty International since I was 14 years old, I do think that the concerns Councillor Pannett raises are fair, and I would encourage the Mayor to get some advice from MFAT about how to appropriately have these types of diplomatic discussions.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Councillor Rush.
Ex-MFAT. Hey, I just want to wish the Mayor good luck and Godspeed. This was, you know, the window report actually did say that one of the things that the Mayor needed to focus on was championing the city, and this is a great opportunity, and I just hope that we're not going to go cheap with him, and he's going to be made comfortable and be able to work his magic.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak, or shall we just put this one to the vote? Yeah. I'll just quickly say that I am very supportive, actually, of the Mayor taking this opportunity. There have been very few opportunities for the Mayor to go and visit with our neighbours because of COVID, and if this can happen, I think it's really excellent. If there were to be a message from the Mayor, I think it would be good if we actually all agreed that, especially if it was coming on behalf of Wellington City Council. He's always free, of course, to express his personal view, as we all are, but if he were to be making something more formal, then I think we'd need to agree on that. It's just something to keep in mind. I think personally the sister city relationships are quite valuable, especially the ones that are in our neighbouring countries, where we would expect to have quite a high degree of cooperation, and they have a light rail system there, I believe. So that's a very good opportunity for the Mayor to have a look at some of their transport initiatives. So I'm very happy to have moved this. Thank you for seconding it, Councillor Rush. Thank you for the debate. I suggest we vote. Are we happy to take them all together? Hopefully. Good. Oh, I see it. You can't see it. There we go. And that's been carried. Thank you. I will leave the chair and the Mayor will resume.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So what we're going to do now is, just in terms of the order we've got, is the parking implementation plan. So I've been asked to deal with that before we do the reports from committees. So you've got the paper in front of you. We've agreed that we're going to tackle that today. And so I'm going to introduce it and make a few comments. The first one of those is to say thank you to officers for moving quickly on this. Because it became evident that there was an issue that I think... Oh, okay. Can we do that? Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll do that, yeah. So I will do that. So it became evident there was an issue, so staff quickly to deal with that. And what we're going to do is to give you the opportunity of asking any questions of the staff before we start the debate. So, James, Kevin, do you want to say anything to the paper? And then we'll take any questions.
Sure, kia ora everybody. So what I thought I might do, because obviously this has come relatively late and you probably haven't had a huge amount of time to digest all of it in detail, is I just talk through the summary, the first page. I'm quite happy to talk through the entire discussion if you want me to, but I'll pause after I get through the first page and you can decide if you want me to carry on going through the rest of the discussion. So this report asked the Council to issue a new traffic resolution to respond to recent community feedback on Friday and Saturday night on-street parking. In summary, on the 8th of July 2021, Puroro Hatape passed a traffic resolution that extended parking meter operating hours from Sunday to Thursday to 8 p.m. and Friday and Saturday to 10 p.m. The traffic resolution will come into effect on the 1st of July. The traffic resolution was part of a suite of resolutions agreed as part of decisions that followed consultation on the LTP. This consultation process occurred separately to the wider LTP consultation process and was done via the traffic resolutions process. Since that consultation closed, the Council has received further community feedback on the resolution. Business, hospitality and the arts sectors were concerned that extending the operating hours for paid parking by 2 hours on a Friday and Saturday night will have a negative impact on their business. Specific concerns are that people attending functions will be required to move their vehicles after 2 hours, whereas previously they would not have to move after 8 p.m. on a Friday and 6 p.m. on a Saturday. So Council has sought urgent officer advice on whether it is possible or not to increase the maximum parking time in the central city from the existing 2-hour parking limit to a 4-hour parking limit on Friday and Saturday nights between the hours of 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. So our recommendation, receive the information, agree to extend the time limits up to 4 hours between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday within 3 months from today's date. Note that the period from 5 July until the extension of time limits come into effect, fee increase will only apply until 8 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and thereafter 10 p.m. Note that all other changes to fees and hours will come into effect from 5 July with negligible financial impact, and note that the revenue impact of these changes is not material on the LTP budget. It is intended that this revenue risk will be offset by operational savings. So I'll pause there and ask, would you like me to carry on going through all of the items in the paper?
Don't think it's necessary. I think we can, if councillors can have read it. It's not a long paper, but if there are questions, then I think it's probably the best way to deal with it, because then you know what it is, the issues that councillors are interested in. So we'll take questions. I'll take Councillor Young, Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. It's an incredibly clear paper, but I'm just want to
put the microphone a bit closer to you, just so.
Recommendation. So number 3. So just to be clear, note that from the period of July 5 until the extension of the time limits, that's 3 months. So what you're really saying is for 3 months, the fee increase will only apply until 8 p.m. and after that 3 months, it'll go till 10 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
To be clear, it is until they come into operation. So basically it's a technical thing. You're trying to do it as quickly as possible.
That's correct. Yep.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Pannett.
Sorry, just for absolute clarity, they will have to pay. What is the cost?
So what councillors have previously agreed is that the hourly rate parking fee for on-street parking will increase to $5
an hour. So it'll be $10 for 2 hours, obviously.
So $5 an hour, yes.
Yep.
And so what we're talking about from 5 July, those decisions that are previously made would be implemented with the exception of the charging from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. on a Friday and Saturday night.
And can you just, for the committee, explain what the policy justification was for this? Because presumably there was a policy justification.
To increase the fees?
What was the expected outcome? Yeah.
Yeah, so this was discussed as part of the workshop at the time. This is part. Councillors are aware that you've adopted a parking policy. One of those aims of that policy is to deprioritise the private car in the city. This is a contribution towards that.
Okay, and then sorry, just last question. If somebody wanted to stay there till midnight, they wanted 4 hours, as long as they pay.
So when we got to the point that the people were required to pay for parking from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. or 2 to 10 p.m. So at the moment, just to be clear, on a Friday night, people are required to pay for parking up until 8 p.m. After that, they can remain on the parks. They can remain parked there until 8 a.m. the following day. So when this if this comes into force, then people would be required to pay for their parking until 10 p.m. on a Friday night and Saturday night. But that does not mean that they need to move their vehicles.
Okay, and then they could still stay there till 8 a.m. the next morning for free. Okay, so really we are arguing about 2 hours and $10 worth per user. That's what the crux of the debate is about.
No. What we're really talking about is an adjustment that enables someone to stay for 4 hours on a Friday and a Saturday night. Paid, correct, sorry.
Councillor Sparrow.
So,
if you can stand for questions, please. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I was paying attention.
if someone's parking from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. then, once it's all gone through, then that will be 4 times $5, so $20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Right. Oh, no, because we put it up. Councillor Fitzsimons.
What will the time limit for parking after hours and weekends be from 1 July 2022? If we pass this?
So there is a Council have already passed a recommendation that we look at extending to 3 hours from 1 July 2022. This one here is talking about maintaining existing time limits for this period of time for this year.
Yeah, so what will it be? What will the time limits for after hour and weekend parking be from 1 July 2022? Will it be 2 hours, 3 hours or 4 hours?
It'll be as it is at the moment.
2 hours.
Correct.
Well, it'll be 3 because Simon and my amendment would take effect, right?
So at the moment, what I understand is Council have passed a resolution that parking time limit would increase to 3 hours from 1 July 2022. So
it'd be 3, not 2.
Yeah. Okay. My apologies.
All good. And so even with the passing of this resolution, it remains as 3, not 4.
So this resolution doesn't talk to any change in the P120 that currently exists for this.
No, but what I'm saying is this resolution, does it override Councillor Wolf and my resolution to the extent that it allows for longer limits, or doesn't it? And how do you intend to resolve that?
So maybe I should explain a bit clearer what this is talking about. So this is talking about the existing P120, so 2 hour parking, would remain in place for this current financial year that we're entering into. But what this paper is also talking to is that there is a request that the time limit be extended only on a Friday and Saturday night. So that means that people could arrive on a park at 6 p.m. and they would be able to pay till 10 p.m. Without having to move their vehicle. Currently, they would need to move their vehicle.
Yeah, no, I get all that. What I want to know is what happens to our resolution from 1 July 2022, because there's a resolution on the council books now which says it will be move from 2 to 3. If we accept your resolutions today, what happens to that resolution? Does this supersede it, or does our resolution stand?
I believe it still stands, Councillor.
Okay, so that we need to, if we want to make it 4 hours from 1 July 2022, Councillor Wolf and I need to rescind our resolution of 18 February. Or should we do an amendment today? I just don't want to be in a worse position than we were advocating for, because this woman made a petition, she got all the businesses to sign it, and I don't want to have taken it backwards for her.
Through you, Mayor. So I'm just clarifying that what you mean is you wish to see the 3 hour time limit apply from 1 July next year, but you're wondering.
I just want to know what the time limit will be. I'm not sure we quite know which supersedes.
As the staff have explained, it will be 3 hours, but I understand what you're trying to clarify is whether that means the 4 hour decision today reverts to 3 hours on a Friday and Saturday night.
Yes.
That is something we can tidy up.
And after hours.
So if it's the council wish to see this 4 hours continue, that is something we can tidy up when we come back to you with the full traffic resolution in 3 months' time.
Okay. And do we have data on the use of parks in the evening when people aren't paying? So do our sensors know whether people are there regardless of whether they're paying or not?
Yes, we do have that information. We don't have it in front of me today, but we do have
So
that
we could factor that into an analysis of what the impact will be. Okay. And I guess I just want to know, like, from an officer point of view, I want to know what the message is to residents about how you should engage with this council, because we got a resident who engaged, she did a petition, she got everyone to sign it. She didn't get her issue advanced, despite Councillor Wolf and I doing our best and acting consistently with officer recommendations. But then this group, who I support, write a letter and get media coverage, and they get their issue advanced. So, like, what's the message we're sending to residents about how you get policy advanced at this council?
Look, through you, Mayor, maybe that's something I can respond to. What I would first say is I think we need to understand these are two completely different situations. So what we've got here is a more minor change for a Friday and Saturday night, which we are responding to at the request of the council. The staff advice on an extensive 3-hour change across all parks in the CBD throughout the week is a more extensive change, which requires some significant technological alteration, because our current technology is so cumbersome whenever we make a change across the system. So at the time, the staff advice was it will be easier to make these extensive changes when we have our new technology. I don't think we need to interpret this as a different treatment of different groups of people, because that is not what the staff intend.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Just to clarify, and I think you mentioned this figure to once before, but in terms of recovery, cost recovery of our the parking fees to what it costs, and taking on account, my understanding that we're recovering about we were recovering about 140% of the actual costs of providing on-street parking or paid on-street parking. Have you got a figure about what that will be come 1st of July? This coming financial year? But will it be higher than what you previously indicated of 140%, or was that based on proposed increased charges?
So I'm getting told that sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, that's based on Vision 3 of the budget. So we would expect with the increased parking revenue compared to Vision 3 that the recovery would be increased.
Increased from 140%?
Be over 140%, yes.
Yeah, okay. It'd be good just to get that generally if we can. No rush now, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Sparrow and then Councillor Rush. Oh, sorry. No, Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Young, Councillor Rush.
It was stated a short while ago that part of our reasoning for this is to encourage mode shift, but just in terms of mobility car parks, do drivers people who cannot readily use our public transport system, which is far from ideal anyway, are there concessions in mobility car parks in terms of what they are charged, or are they charged the full rate?
They are required to pay for parking, but there is dedicated parking for them, and they can stay beyond the stated time limits, posted time limits.
So I've just got a couple of questions. So first of all, just thinking about, sorry, I've forgotten it's a council meeting. Forgot I was at council actually. So just tell me, the downtown city levy was so that's charged to businesses and properties in the downtown area, and some of that money was originally used for parking. Now I know it goes now to help the museums and things, but as the purpose of the downtown levy is to help create a vibrant city, and it's funded by the bars and the retailers, shouldn't we be using that to subsidise parking?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that you would have to update your revenue and financing policy to include an offset of parking charges as part of that levy collection.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you. So the next question is, how much? So if I park somewhere, so I'm going to something at Michael Fowler Centre, I park and I don't put any money in the meter, or whatever you do these days. What is the fine? How much is the fine?
It depends on the offence, but it can be $12, it can be up to $40.
And that's set by central government?
So those fees are set in the Land Transport Act. They are not set, they are set by central government. I'm aware that central government are currently looking at that at the moment in terms of those fees, because they haven't been looked at for quite a few years.
I mean, because they'd need to, because if you pay $5 an hour and you're going there for 4 hours, that's $20 plus the 50-cent, use charge. It'd be much cheaper just to. I mean, I don't want to incite people to behave badly, but it's just that we have to bring the car parking fines into line with the rest of the world, don't we?
So I understand there's work underway on that at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rush.
Very briefly, so this brings, I suppose, me to thinking around the Golden Mile changes. So when are we going to start seeing parks being lost along the Golden Mile?
Probably not a question for those of
It was triggered
Sarah?
by Councillor.
Yeah, no, Sarah's.
Simon's.
No, I was looking for Moana, but she's gone.
Yeah.
We'll come back.
Recollect.
Yeah, I would just say in terms of the Golden Mile project that we're still undergoing consultation, so it's probably best to get an update from Siobhan Proctor at the next briefing.
My recollection is there's something like 12 months of detailed design and consult engagement around that detailed design to be done. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. Kevin, we've also passed a traffic resolution recently that we're going to make some of our waterfront parking spaces available for casual parking, and those spaces are going to be P240. Do you know off the top of your head how many of those spaces we're going to be making available?
Off the top of my head, there are about 300 to 400 spaces that would be made available on the waterfront through the implementation of that traffic resolution.
Okay, so even prior to any change we might make today, there are going to be 300 to 400 extra P240 spaces available in walking distance of Courtney Place.
From 1 July.
Yeah. The other question I had is, so in the letter we received from arts organisations, they were concerned about employees having to drop gear and other setup equipment. Are we able to investigate whether venues need more loading zones to support that kind of thing rather than having them park right outside?
We certainly can investigate that, Councillor, if you so want us to do. We're going to be doing some work through the LTP on the venues, and that question would almost certainly be part of that process.
Thanks. This is a question I know the answer to, but I just think it would be useful to have it on the record, which is, why do we not need to change the traffic resolution based on the proposal that you're making? But so if we were to make bigger changes, we might need to go back and do a traffic resolution.
Sorry, Councillor, just give us a moment.
It's really just a risk appetite. This is extending the duration of time. It's not creating any offence, so it's not a significant amendment to the traffic rules. So that's why we can do it in this form.
Yeah, and the fact that we're making it less restrictive is consistent with how we would treat other traffic resolutions when we deal with them through consultation. Is that correct?
Presumably, yes.
Okay. Given we're not doing another traffic resolution, can you explain why there needs to be a delay in terms of making the change to switching to P240?
That's an operational implementation.
It's the technical challenge of making the adjustments to the equipment, primarily.
How long do we think that that's going to take? You've said in the paper allow up to 3 months, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, there's some significant work involved in making changes to the back ends of the parking system to make it all work. There are a number of providers that are involved in this. All of that work needs to be joined up. It is not something that we can do quickly. And that is also why we're suggesting in this paper that if this paper is agreed to, that's why the fee increases would not take effect from tomorrow. They would take effect from the 5th of July, because there is work to be done to amend the systems to allow that to happen. There needs to be significant work in the back end. There needs to be significant testing done before we can release that. So there is, I'm not saying it would definitely be 3 months, I'm saying it would be up to 3 months.
Yeah. And finally, I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Calvert's question about our cost recovery being at 140%. Can you just clarify that cost recovery, does that just look at how much of the cost of the OPEX of parking services we recover, or does it include the value of the land use that we provide?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's just the cost of parking services, not the land.
Right, so 140% cost recovery is that we're collecting 140% of what it costs us to run parking services, but that doesn't take into account
it's not
the value of the land,
yeah.
Any opportunity costs that we could have used it for something else.
That's right.
All right, thank you so much.
And look, just one question from me, just from Councillor Condi's question. So the waterfront, the Barnard Street area, so the regime as it is at the moment to the regime it's going to be, just elucidate on that.
So my understanding at the moment that there is all-day parking available there currently in that area. That is going to move to be P240 from 1 July, or from the day that we implement the change on the waterfront.
And what do we know about the occupancy of that space, particularly in the evening?
It's not. There's average levels of occupancy. I'd have to get the exact information for you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. I think, councillors, that is all the questions, so I'm going to move the paper. So thank you both James and Kevin, and Sarah as well for answering the questions, and Elliot. So I think Councillor Rush quite appropriately described this when we were having the discussion about whether to put this on the agenda or not, as being council saying we're looking at a decision and saying, well, look, actually, maybe we didn't quite get that one right and let's do something about it. And so that's what I see this as being. Let's be clear, I mean, in the long-term plan that we've just passed, there are an enormous number of decisions made, and this one I think did fly under the radar. You know, there was a bit of a discussion about whether parking per se was going to be something that was highlighted as a, if you like, in audit terms, a matter of some emphasis, but it really wasn't something which we put a lot of focus on. It was things, you know, it was things around the big picture stuff around sludge and water and cycleways and those kind of big investment decisions, Tanako Civic Square libraries, those were the big investment things which we asked people to focus on. So this one I think has flown somewhat under the radar because it's been wrapped up in the big complex long-term plan with a lot of big complex issues. And it's one of many issues that I think we covered off in terms of the inputs into that long-term plan. We covered it off as part of those 15 or so workshops that we had over the period of the 6 months or so leading into the development of the draft. And I did look back when invited to sort of go, well, you know, what happened there? I looked back at the notes that I made on the documents that we were presented with at the time, and the two things I said: not comfortable with extension to the city as a whole, and not comfortable with the extension of the hours. So I can't remember the discussion that we had, but clearly that's what I noted, that I wasn't comfortable with either of those two bits. I do remember that there was a discussion that we had about the extension of hours in the Courtney Place precinct area to being later. And the reason for that is that, and I think a number of the questions have been asked about, what is the demand level? Because our parking policy is very much around, if the demand level is high, we tend to push the price up, or we tend to limit the availability of it, encourage circulation. If the demand level is lower, we tend not to do that. And in fact, sometimes it might be that the demand level is so low that we actually say there should be no charge or no limitation. And quite clearly on Friday and Saturday nights, that end of town is busy, this end of town is not busy. So when we start extending the charge across the whole of the central city, it means that we take away the opportunity. If price is a barrier, it takes away that opportunity for people to say, well, price is an issue. But I think the issue which has been raised here, and why this is significant, is the letter. We've been told it's just about a letter, but it's quite clear that, to me, that there were a number of people who were raising issues over the last few days about this, and I think they probably, when it came out from being underneath, being under the radar, saying, oops, hang on, there is this parking change coming on the 1st of July, and people started becoming aware of it. They started raising it with, I don't know about others of you, but clearly with some of you, and certainly with me. And there were I had some long discussions about this, and one of them was around, it's interesting, one that has come up in some of the questions, one of the concerns was around the people who actually work in the industry. And so it's people who are saying, I go and service the TSB, for example, and I'm now I'm going down there, I'm taking my gear and I think you're still allowed to use utes, but I'm taking my gear in my vehicle, my ute, my van, whatever it might be, I'm unloading it, taking it into the TSB, and by the time I've gone and set everything up, hey presto, I've got a ticket. So that's not great for the point of view of the people who are actually servicing those businesses. The second part of that is that some of those people are then saying, look, I can't bring all this gear in by public transport. I've got to go and park my vehicle somewhere while I'm doing my work, and that I've done my shift. And some of these people, it's quite a long shift, and they can't get access to the cheap parking that is available in many of the car parking buildings who have the early bird parking, because that, by the time they're doing their work, it's not early bird. But they want those long periods of time, and I guess some of those issues about 4-hour parking on the Barnard Street area seems to be the area that they tend to go to, because they can then go and park their car there, leave the car there all day, pay whatever the charge might be, and do their shift, whether it's the TSB or the Opera House, or wherever it might be. So that was one of the concerns, was from the point of view of the people that are actually working in the industry. And of course, remind you that that is part of the sector, possibly the unsung part of the sector that has suffered during the lockdowns and COVID restrictions. It's not just been the people who are doing the performances, but all of those people providing the sound systems and lighting systems and all those sort of things, and the AV systems, who have actually supported those performances. So they are an important part of the arts and culture ecosystem as well. So they're going, actually, we've got an issue with this. But the other issue which has been raised, and that's really what we're responding to in this paper, is of the audience. And look, I think we all know that if we put a 2-hour limit on, and you are going to a concert, or you're going to a movie, or you're going to a theatre, or whatever it might be, most of those performances are actually longer than 2 hours. And you cannot really say to the audience, look, sometime in the middle of the performance, can you get up, go out, disturb everybody, go walk past all the seats, go out and change your car park. That's just not going to work. Now, is the answer just Barnard Street sorts everything out? I suspect the answer is it doesn't. And that's why I think we're being asked here. It's not about price here, but it is about the audience's ability to be able to say, I'm going into town on a Friday night or on a Saturday night. The reason it's only Friday and Saturday night is because those are the only 2 nights which we're taking it beyond 8 o'clock. Because before 8 o'clock, I think by and large you can say, I can go and park at 6 o'clock, I can still stay there for 2 hours, and then I'm okay, I'm not limited. But once you take it to 10 o'clock, you can't do that. And what does that do? That says, I can't stay for the whole length of a performance. That's a problem. And if I want to go to, to have a bite to eat or whatever afterwards or before, I can't do that as well. So it starts to hurt our hospitality industry, it starts to hurt our arts and culture sector. And I think that's why it's not just one letter, but it is a letter from, we've put so much energy and emphasis into supporting our arts and culture and hospitality sectors through COVID restrictions, but also before that, and that is so much an important part of our economy, of our community. And when you've got something which comes from all of these organisations, I think that behoves us to listen. And I think that what this is doing is responding very quickly to say, put our hand up and say, actually, that did fly under the radar. I don't think we've got this right, and that we need to respond to it. And that is what I think that we are doing with what is in front of you. And it's not because it's been in the media. If this had turned up without it going to the media, I would have been going, oh, crikey, let's respond to that regardless, because it's a now issue. We discussed this. What I wanted to do was to bring this to you, and I'd heard from a number of you as well, so that it was on the basis that I heard from you, that I'd heard this feedback in this letter, but also other feedback that I brought it to you yesterday in our ELT and councillor session, and that basically almost unanimously you said, you gave a clear indication you wanted to do something about it. And I think it was on that basis that I felt comfortable to say to officers, and officers felt comfortable to do the work, to turn it around very, very quickly and to put this paper in front of you. So I thank officers for their quick response and their flexibility in doing this. Councillor Pannett, we do need to have more people walking, cycling and using public transport. I guess the question you've got to ask, that doesn't mean everybody will always use that in every circumstance. As I said, there are going to be people who are needing to bring equipment to service places, that's one thing, but they're also, on a dark, stormy winter's night, if you want to expect that people are going to do that or bring a family in or whatever it might be, and you're going to get that similar level of patronage, then I just don't think it's going to happen. I think we've got to be realistic that some people are going to say, I will need to come in by car, or if I don't get to be able to do that, I'm not going to come. And if we do that, we're going to start damaging those things that we value about our city. In terms, finally, of the policy justification for this, to me, it's all about occupancy levels. If the occupancy level is high, we start charging. That's what we're doing. It's not about charging or not charging. I must say I feel uncomfortable that to a degree that this is seen as that because we haven't yet got all the technology in place, there is a bit of revenue grab in some of the stuff. And I don't feel comfortable, never have felt comfortable with that. But this particular bit that you're being asked to deal with is not about revenue. What it is about the length of time that people can stay, and the policy justification, which backs our revenue side of things, is really about low occupancy, lower charge, higher occupancy, higher charge. And that's what we'll see will come through with the new technology next year. So, councillors, over to you. But I think we need to respond to what I think is a mistake that we've made, and we need to respond with some speed, and we need to do that because it will have an adverse impact, and I'm convinced about that, an adverse impact on the audiences who support all of these organisations, Arts Access, BATS, Circa, Capital Creative Arts Trust, Hospitality New Zealand. You go through that list, it's significant, and I think we need to respond to that. I move. Somebody, otherwise we're not going very far. Well, that was an interesting message. Councillor Day, you want a second? Thank you. Do you wish to speak? Okay, cool. Thank you. Who wishes to speak? Oh, Councillor, I'll give Councillor Pannett the first go, because then everybody can respond to her. She'll rack you up. And then Councillor Calvert.
Right, so in a note to the future, I would like to say actually to young people now and to our future young people that local government spend hours, months and years arguing about how much parking should be provided and at what cost. I mean, it just seems to be this really significant trigger issue. I am, as before, concerned about the process, that, it just takes one letter and suddenly there's, a paper on the table. And that we are showing a little bit of weakness when I have heard from most of you through the declaration of the climate and ecological emergency, through others of you with your specific platforms, that we would take climate change seriously. And this is a test of this resolve. If you vote for this change, it just adds to the cumulative response that we are making in the transport area. It is going to change, and we are going to have to get people to pay more for parking. More Ubers will have to be used. I get the regional council will need to do even more to provide public transport. The government needs to fund them properly. We have a cycle network to build. But the climate is changing in very dangerous ways, and we need to take action now. And I continue to be disappointed about the response when we have issues like this.
Councillor Calvert, Councillor Paul.
How many hours?
Well, you just probably prolonged it.
I wonder if we can get my amendments up.
Councillor Calvert.
Okay, so I will talk to these amendments.
Hang on, just before you do, we just have a look at them. Yeah. And I think we've got to get some advice. Yeah. Do you want to get some advice before or? Councillor, what I'm going to do, I know you haven't moved it, but I am, because I know you've had advice, which I don't know whether you've chosen to take or not take, but the Chief Executive is going to give some advice on some of these matters before we actually spend a lot of time debating them.
Through you, Mayor, I have emailed advice to you all, and you may have seen it, but I particularly want to just point out that item 1 in this amendment, I have clarified with Democracy Services that our advice is that this part 1 of this amendment is a direct negative on the substantive recommendation, and under our standing orders would normally not. So that is my advice, would not be accepted. So that is advice I'm giving to the Chair.
Thanks, Chief Executive. And I'm also noting that it would also negate or undermine part of the LTP which we've just passed in this meeting, because it becomes more extensive in terms of the dollars which are involved there. So, Councillor, before you move, I think what I will do is I will rule 1 out of order, and 2, 3 and 4 you can proceed with, I believe.
Can I challenge you on and quoting Standing Order 21.1?
75%. I will ask, is that all the advice you wanted to give, or fine with that? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask for Democracy Services advice now. If I didn't know what the answer is going to be.
Can we just get clarification on the challenge that's being placed?
I'm challenging that it's an incorrect ruling, and essentially under 21.1, I can propose a motion or amendment.
So that's a chair's ruling. So that could be overturned by a vote of 75%.
Okay, let's put it to the vote.
Councillors, so we've got the challenge to my ruling. This is fun. so if you want to agree with Councillor Calvert, you push green. If you want to disagree, you push red. Sorry.
Agree and putting it up.
That is to include it. Yes. So if you want.
We agree with you, green.
Correct. Well, agree with myself and the Chief Executive and quite a few others.
Sorry, I didn't catch the end of that. So
let's be clear.
Yes, let's be clear.
That if you press green, you are agreeing with Councillor Calvert, so you want to overturn the ruling that this is not according to standing orders. If you want to agree with myself and the Chief Executive, you push red.
Terry, have you voted?
Councillor Condie, which? No. Okay. No, thank you. It's definitely not 75%. So one is struck out. Okay, Councillor Calvert, you can proceed with the others.
Thank you. You'll see the amendments before you, and I've also emailed them to everyone. First up, look, I'll just briefly talk to, and this is in part to Councillors Wolf and Fitzsimon's amendment, where these 3-hour parking changes would take effect from the 1st of July 2022, and I believe that amendment covered off evenings and weekends. But we really, if we're going to look at it, we really need to look at the implications as well for during the day as well. We also need to look at getting this economic assessment. I think that was a failure that we didn't do previously when we looked at parking charges. We only looked at them in relation to the parking policy. But what we lost sight of is, what does this mean to our local businesses? What does it mean to patrons? What does it mean to our arts sector? What does it mean to workers in the city? And so that's really wrapping that up. Number 3 is that we actually get quarterly monitoring performance reports on the capacity of paid parking. I know we get a small amount of information in our quarterly reports, but I think there's an opportunity to provide us with a bit more depth to that, to see how we are tracking, because what we do know in the last in the third quarter, that we were attracting the parking levels that we had actually budgeted for. So that is actually impacting on the revenue anyway. So I think there's a sweet spot, and I don't believe we've quite hit that just at the moment. Number 4 is about requesting officers to look at off-street parking opportunities with both council and privately run public parking buildings. Now, over the Christmas period, council had an arrangement with NZTA, who own the land the Clifton Terrace car park sits on. So we were able to offer reduced parking fees, off-street fees at the weekend, and also longer term. So that meant people could come into the city, do a bit of shopping, take part in perhaps some events, and also perhaps avail themselves of our hospitality businesses. So it was a win-win for all, because that car park building sits idle over the weekend. Also, with some of the privately run public car park buildings, they currently run specials over the weekend, but we don't really promote that ourselves, and we don't package it up with even with Greater Wellington Regional Council and our public bus transport service. So this is the sort of thing where I'd like to see where we can, if people want to come and park, we can tell them where they can park.
Councillor, can I get you to wind up, please?
Yep, 4 to 6 hours, and then perhaps walk one way, bus back the next way to their car. And I just want to draw people's attention, especially if you live in the northern Onslow suburbs. At the moment, it's easier and cheaper to drive to Petone, go to the movies there, get a bite to eat, and street parking is free. So I look forward to your support, and Councillor Young will be seconding.
Thanks, Councillor. Look, two things. One is the Chief Executive has sent you some advice on these three, which was sent at 21 minutes past 9 this morning. So you've all got advice from officers that they believe that these things can all be done. And I will take whatever questions there are before going to the second of it. I think what we'll do, if we can quickly deal with some questions, and then I don't think we're going to quickly enough deal with some questions, and then we'll take a break for lunch. Councillor Pannett.
So I've got
these are questions of officers.
Yes. I just would like advice about whether these amendments fit within the scope of this paper, and whether actually it is going, how it fits with our new parking policy. I'd also like to understand what the work implication is, given Councillor Calvert has often raised concerns about workload of staff. I'd just like to understand how many hours this work will involve. Thank you.
Kevin, yes.
To do the I'll talk to number 3 first. To do that, that can be done within existing resources, so we are able to provide more detail around capacity, occupancy and turnover reports, in addition to what already gets reported through the quarterly reports. For the other two, number 2 and number 4, request of support back in 3 months, providing. I think I would say that there is significant work involved in being able to do that and get that done in the timeframe that's being talked about.
And Kevin, thanks. What about? Oh, no, actually, that's Democracy Services, about whether this is actually within scope of the paper and also around the policy.
Executive advice on that one.
Strictly speaking, it's a stretch, but it is related to the fact that we are going to be bringing back advice to the council on parking. And we have referred in the report to the request made by Councillor Fitzsimons, and my written advice to you, we did also add that we would need to consider how that stream of work would fit within the objectives of the current parking policy.
When you say it's a stretch, oh sorry, apologies. Yeah. When you say it's a stretch, I'd actually like a ruling on whether it fits within the scope, because there are rules around this.
So my advice to the Chair is that you can fit this within the scope of this report.
And ultimately it's the Chair's ruling.
Yeah, look, can I just say, because this is actually not for just this one, but I do find, and I think that's a very well made point, I do look sometimes at some of the things which go to committees and some of the extensions that we make to papers, and there's a widespread action in that way that people do. I'm not looking at you particularly, Councillor Paul, but we do have some pretty wide-ranging amendments at times on papers which probably should not be in there, and they are worse. No, not to that extent, but these probably are relatively confined to. It might be stretching, but it's not. I'm not sure it's breaking it. But I think the point that you make, Councillor Pannett, is a very valid one, and it's something that I think we do need to pay a lot of attention to when people move amendments. And the one I particularly think about is when we have papers which are noting papers, and then people start putting all sorts of things attached to them, which is not the purpose of those papers. So I just think there's a bit more discipline required in some of those areas. Are there any other questions that we've got there? So these are questions, Councillor Condi, Foon and Paul.
Thank you. I'll probably need Kevin back. My question is really about the amount of work that this is going to involve and how it will impact on the work that's happening to move us towards demand-based pricing. Because I think, in my view, the demand-based pricing work is actually going to let us tackle a whole bunch of these things. It's the big picture of where we're trying to get to, and I'm concerned that this extra work would put that work behind. So Kevin, could you talk about whether this kind of work potentially would push back other more strategic work?
We'll be allocating some additional resources to the other piece of work in terms of the demand-based pricing procurement piece of work. So I believe both can happen alongside each other.
Councillor Foon.
Mine were around additional work for officers, so they've now been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul.
I just wondered in terms of number 4, is this work already going on, particularly with the Golden Mile and the car-free CBD projects? Are officers already looking into purchasing parking buildings on the periphery of these areas anyway? Like, is this work already ongoing, or?
It's not about that.
Well, yeah, it is, because you're asking them to look at parking buildings, so if that work's already going on.
The Wilsons. Just our ones, our current ones.
Ooh, okay, so I guess I'm asking, if anybody can answer, to what extent are you already looking at private parking opportunities?
Kevin, can you reply to that in any way? Oh, Moana, okay, right.
Yeah, basically,
okay,
is
no,
number 4...
it's okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
We're not specifically looking at parking buildings, but obviously as part of fossil fuel free and central city stuff, parking will come into that.
Councillors, is that all the questions? So I've got the second, and what we'll do is we'll take the seconding and then we'll break for lunch. So seconded by Councillor Young. Do you wish to speak?
No, in the interest of hunger, it's 12:30. Let's talk.
Okay.
We've got
well, does anybody wish to speak to this in terms of debate? Otherwise, we might be able to just get rid of it. So that you do. Okay. Well, it's clearly okay. So what we'll do is we'll break for lunch. Should we come back at say? Sorry. Do you want to have the debate on this one and deal with this? Okay. Well, let's deal with this one then first. Okay. Let's do it. Okay. Right. Okay. So speaking to the this Councillor Young, do you want to revisit that?
Look, I will just say one thing very briefly.
Okay, right, if you stand, please. Yep.
This is not about one letter. I mean, I've had myriad emails and phone calls, including from women who work at those events in the evenings and they don't feel safe.
So, Councillor, can I just check? We're just speaking here to the amendment.
God, am I?
Yeah, just the amendment.
Right, then I won't speak at all.
Okay, speaking to the amendment only, okay? Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, I won't be voting for these amendments. I agreed for, when we had a conversation about coming back to revisit the issue from the call from the arts community on the basis that we wouldn't throw a bunch of extra issues into this. So I'm disappointed to see amendments. And I guess I get frustrated with often thinly veiled attempts to relitigate decisions we've already made. Our parking policy is still to be tested in many ways, and I want us to be able to do that. And I would also note that the future of arts and business in a climate people-friendly city is not in cheaper on-street parking.
Councillor Foon, and then Day, Pannett, Condi.
I wasn't down to speak, thanks.
That must have been for question. Councillor Day. On the amendment.
So I won't be supporting these amendments. I think it just goes a little bit too far, and it's getting ahead of our demand-based pricing work that we're doing, and that it really is sort of not following our parking policy by continuing to sort of go into it at this depth at this time. It just doesn't really fit with our priorities and where we're at, and I think it's really important that we allow our staff the time to focus on the things that we know are really transforming our city. And whilst I do understand we need to bring our community with us, and that's why I might have a different view on the substantive. This bit here is not quite the right direction that we should be going in right now.
Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. Look, with great respect towards yourself and the Chief Executive, if I'd been in the chair, I wouldn't have allowed this. I think it goes well beyond the scope of the purpose of the paper clearly outlined. Councillor Calvert, I would like you to respond to the point about significant workload, because you have challenged us many, many, many times about ad hoc amendments coming on to a program when this is, already a difficult area. And just the last point I'd like to make, let's rip the Band-Aid off on this one. Talking about private car parking buildings, buying car parking buildings in a climate emergency, this is not a good enough response.
Councillor Condi.
Thanks. While I'm kind of open to all the work that's been listed here, I think I won't be voting for these today. I agree with Councillor Matthews that we only really agreed to have this late paper come to the table on the condition that it was very narrow in scope, and that these amendments aren't really consistent with that. I do have concerns about how the parking policy is being included in these discussions, especially when it's so last minute. I do think, as I said with my question, that we have some really big changes on the horizon with demand-based pricing, and I think our attention, our officers' attention and our attention should really be on that matter, because that is going to make significant changes to how parking works in our city. And I think that I'm a bit concerned that some of this would be a distraction. That said, even though I'm voting against it, I think some of it will probably come up in work programs anyway. I think if we want a little bit of extra reporting about parking occupancy, the staff can probably deliver that without us needing to provide an amendment. But my message to staff is just to stay focused on the big picture. And as we've heard from Moana, who was talking about, we've got many other work programs that are looking at parking. We just need to be really strategic and joined up when we're looking at these issues, and I'm concerned that these amendments don't bring that strategic focus.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
I'm going to go against my ideological sisters here, and I am going to support
We'll frame this one.
I am going to support these amendments, mainly because I think this whole mistake has been embarrassing, and I want to try and fix it. And I do think that Councillor Wolfe and my amendment was not given weight by officers. I raised it directly when this issue came up. The spirit of it doesn't even come through in that, and unfortunately people don't even know how it will apply next year. And I guess I'm disappointed by that, because we passed the resolution, we got the support around this table, and then it doesn't seem, even the spirit of it, if it could have been implemented earlier, hasn't been in the recommendations that we're facing today. So I've lost a bit of faith in the process that led up to this. I don't think it was our finest hour. I think we did need better information, and I think if we had, we wouldn't have made this embarrassing mistake. And I guess I just also think, in terms of Let's Get Welly Moving, we've got, the pedestrianisation of the Golden Mile, and other changes happening through Let's Get Welly Moving, and we're never going to be able to achieve the massive disruption that's going to come through Let's Get Welly Moving unless we attempt to take people with us. And I think by refusing to investigate the way that we can meet the needs of the arts community better and the businesses better, we're just not going to be in the best position we can to deliver the transformational change that Let's Get Welly Moving is. And I guess, the hairdresser who raised with me that she wants 3-hour parking around her salon, which is just aligned to Lambton Quay, is a legitimate voice. She might not support any of the rest of it, but we don't need to take away small changes we can make that will make her business sustainable, particularly given the massive upheaval coming to Wellington businesses through Let's Get Welly Moving.
Anybody else? I'm going to make a few comments on these. Look, I think it is stretching, but I don't think it's breaking the bounds of the paper which we've got in front of us. For me, I think the amount of work that might be required, we've been told that work can be accommodated. I don't want, and I agree with Councillor Condi there, I don't want to disrupt any of the work that's being done on demand-based pricing. I think, though, that some of those bits, I think you could probably answer them now about daytime parking, but evening parking, we might have a different outcome in terms of recommendation too. I think 3 really is important. Because what we've got at the moment is we've been making a lot of revenue-based decisions. We've been saying that parking is a revenue, we've been using it to balance the budget, and that has not been about actually the level of demand that's there. And sometimes it might be perfectly appropriate to say actually those car parks are heavily utilised, we do want to get high turnover and the charge should be able to go up. But in other times they're not, and we've taken a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of pricing, which for me is not right. So I do want to start seeing that, because that I think will help inform us as we get towards the demand-based pricing. In terms of the off-street parking opportunities, I've always said that that's an issue, because if we're going to take a lot of car parks off some of our streets, what we've always said is that we want to make sure not that we're providing for long stay parks, that is, people coming in, parking the car all day when all they've done is they bought the lunchbox and some papers and then leaving, but it's the people who are coming in, they maybe need to use the car several times in a day, or they're coming in to do business, they're here for a couple of hours, or they've gone to a show for 3 or 4 hours. Those are the people that we need to provide parking for, and I think that if we are going to need that, and I think I agree with Councillor Fitzsimons that we are going to need to take people with us, but the key principle we've got there is we need to have people coming into town by whatever means it is. We want more people walking, cycling, using public transport, but not everybody is going to do that. And if we want to destroy the viability and the vibrancy of our central city, then we start not doing that. We're not providing for short stay parking. And one of the funding components for Let's Get Wellington Moving, I'd remind you, is for the local share, is the investigation of levies on long stay parking. And one of the reasons for doing that is to make long stay parking a little less attractive for the likes of the car parking building operators, and short stay parking more attractive to provide, because at the moment the pricing is always against the short stay parking, which is exactly what we don't want. We've tried to get that across to them in the past, and we haven't had any tools to do anything about it. This may give us some tools to do something about it. I'm talking by this, I mean Let's Get Wellington Moving. Regardless of whether this passes or fails though, I do think we need to address the substantive. So please, councillors, do not use whether this is in there or not. You can take it separately when we come to the substantive if it passes this stage, and vote it down or not at the substantive stage. But we do need to address the substance of, we've got an issue which we need to address, which is what is in the substance of the paper. So, Councillor Calvert, right of reply.
Thank you. And just want to clarify, in terms of this paper, the elected members did specifically express concerns about the changes to the operational hours, and it was not necessary. I don't believe it was agreed that it would just be focused on Friday and Saturday night, because as some of my colleagues have noted, and we've had a lot of feedback from a lot of people around. And thank you, Mayor. One size doesn't fit all. We have put in changes before we've actually done the demand pricing, and we all know if you're going to put some proposals forward, you need to have alternatives. So we need to put up our hands and admit we've made a mistake. And actually, we haven't got the demand pricing in. We haven't got it working for at least another 12 months. So we need to find a way through this. Bureaucracy created this, and bureaucracy needs to solve this issue here and now. And yes, we've got to get our priorities right. We've got to think about all parts of our city and how they work together. So look, I think we just need to say, look, how can we make our city work better, especially our CBD, and all those, all those businesses that are struggling at the moment, and we don't want to be another nail in the, that's just putting them down. Yes, some of these I would be pleased just to have an agreement with officers, but I actually discussed with officers back in February about an economic assessment about these proposed changes and was promised one. I never got it. So this is why I'm actually specifying it as a resolution so that it doesn't get lost and it's adhered to. Yes, it could create a workload on officers, as they've indicated, and I'm very happy to hear from officers of if something needs to drop off, please tell us what needs to drop off, because I'm very happy to consider that as well. But at the end of the day, this is about sorting out. We've made a mistake and we need to try and rectify it. And I think this is probably about the second time this month that Councillor Fitzsimons and I have been in agreement.
Councillors, do you want to take any of them separately? Is that you do want to take them separately, Councillor Foon? You do. Okay. So right. So what I'll do is I'll take them each.
Call for a division?
I'll take them each individually. Okay. So what we'll do is vote first on number 2, then on number 3, then on number 4. Okay. So voting on number 2. Number 2. Yeah. This one is one you genuinely can take a photo of. Okay, this is file. Yep, 6-9. Okay. Number 3.
Set up or down, Julie? Down.
Gary. And number 4. Number 4. Thank you, councillors. So, do you want to go back to the substantive, or do you want to finish the substantive? Okay, Michael, is that a problem? No, there are others. There are others. We're going to have to come anyway. Okay. So, councillors, what we'll do is we'll take a break until 20. Yes, this is for lunch. Yes, this is for lunch. Yes. Do you want to say past? Yeah. Well, it's 40 minutes. Yep. Yep. Councillors, we'll make a start again in just a moment. Right, so we're missing...
Just phone and O'Neill.
Right. Okay, so we're back to... Okay, councillors, thank you. We're back to the substantive, and I've got Councillor Paul and then Councillor Free on the substantive. And if you're looking like that and you don't want to be on the substantive, I can easily take you off. Okay.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Good to go.
Okay, all right. Sorry, just got to switch this brain back on. So I think that what we're changing here doesn't significantly impede our efforts towards climate change. I think that this is about people are still going to have to pay for this amount of time. We're still getting the change that we wanted in the beginning. This is just making sure that when people are in town, they don't have to leave whatever they're doing to go and update their parking. So they're going to pay for it regardless. And for me, if we reject this, while buses are being cancelled left, right and centre, and while it's actually really hard to book an Uber these days, like I found it really hard to book one yesterday, you actually get perverse outcomes, I reckon. Like you don't shift mode or shift behaviour by making something inconvenient where there are no other alternatives. So I think if there weren't cancellations left, right and centre, and if more Uber drivers were able to afford to and find accommodation in the central city to live here to provide that service, then maybe I wouldn't support this, and I would be pushing for us to make sure that parking is as least attractive as possible. But I think that's not really an option here. So yeah, and I think that the reality is that a lot of people can't afford to live centrally and just walk to a lot of these shows and to restaurants and to places. And, you know, if you're not giving them an alternative way, then you kind of are asking those industries to die, essentially. I'm satisfied that the changes in here will provide the disincentives for parking by charging people for the hours that we've set out. And yes, I think that's everything. So this is, yeah, I guess bringing people along with us, not making people's lives harder where there are no alternatives for most people, and knowing that this is only for a certain time length and reviewing it after that time length as well. So I think let's not piss everybody off in our transition to a zero carbon capital city. We will get there, but this is just acknowledging, in my view, that we have some challenges ahead of us that we need to iron out before totally making people's lives really difficult.
Thank you for that interesting. Thank you for that interesting speech. Councillor, I have Councillor Free, Condi, and Day. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, I will support this. I actually did vote for Councillor Wolf's and Councillor Fitzsimon's amendment, which would have looked at this but wouldn't have had the immediate effect, which I think actually we do need to take account of. For me, it is about that I think we did have an oversight in not considering, 2 hours sounds very good, and if you can pop back and move your car or put some more money in the meter, maybe it works. But I think we did have an oversight in that we hadn't considered the effect on things like performances, where you just simply cannot leave your seat, and you would be doing everyone a disservice if you decided not to go to a performance, because the practical realities of actually how you're going to get there and how you're going to afford it, or even just not being able to get there, meant that in fact you went to Petone or to the Lighthouse out at Pauatanui or somewhere else instead. I think Puroro, I think we've got to consider that even though we voted for increased density in the CBD, and I supported a 15-minute walking catchment so we can have more people who are able to walk to these things, the reality of it is there's lots of people in parts of the city that couldn't come to these performances if there were too many barriers. And it doesn't seem to me to be very consistent when we're saying we want to be the arts and culture capital of New Zealand, and we're putting money into supporting that sector, but we're actually making it quite hard for people to go and see a performance. So I know this is only at the moment for Friday and Saturday, so that will help those performance occasions on Fridays and Saturdays. But there are, there also, we do need to keep in mind this isn't the only parking provision. There are parking buildings that could work, but I think there's a very good argument here that we did have a bit of an oversight when we didn't have a more generous extension of time allowances for these evenings. So I will be supporting this. I think it would be a bit mean not to be really frank. And I think there's an argument that that Councillor Paul's made that this isn't really contradictory in terms of what we're trying to achieve with going for mode shift, but mode shift doesn't necessarily work for everybody and doesn't work in all situations. So I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I've just been thinking about what we would have done when this traffic resolution came to regs if we'd had the feedback we have now when we considered it, as my way of trying to think my way through this. And I think this is actually how traffic resolutions work. We get feedback on them and we tweak them so that they can address the concerns from the community. And I think I just wanted to actually thank all of the organisations that signed the letter for being really constructive and offering a constructive suggestion for how to get through this rather than just saying, no, stop doing it, go away. They came and said, okay, here's how we could change this, that it would lessen the impact on us. And that's really helpful. And it means that we can actually respond in constructive ways, which is what we always try to do. So while ideally we wouldn't be doing this at the last minute, we would have had a chance to do this earlier. I think this is how traffic resolutions go. We did the same thing on the Courtney Place slip lane where we made changes based on feedback from the businesses. We did the same thing on Thorn and Quay where we made changes and introduced some P10 parking based on feedback from the businesses. So while it's a bit unfortunate that it's happening at this late stage, I actually think this is just a pretty normal part of a traffic resolution process. So because of that, I think that I will be supporting this. It's a very narrow, specific change targeted at exactly the issue that is being raised, and I think that that's the reason that I can support it. I think if we need to talk more with these organisations about other ways we can change parking, such as loading zones, to help them, then let's have that conversation. I think that's a great way to go forward. One of the questions might come up about why didn't we have this feedback earlier, and I think the reality is it just goes to show how busy our long-term plan is and how many important and significant things were in there. There were several stories in the media about this. We did try to talk about it with people, but we also have massive issues around Three Waters and sludge, and we had lots of conversations about cycleways and other issues. So I think sometimes these things happen and we do have to be flexible, and thank you so much to the staff who have worked really hard on short notice to find a workable solution for us to move forward. And I guess my one reflection would be it might be useful for us to think about how we do traffic resolutions when they're part of an annual plan or long-term plan process in the future, because I think it is a bit clunky. This has kind of highlighted it in particular, but I think there have been other little clunky bits and pieces for those of us who have been on regs. So I think it would be great to reflect on that in the future as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Condi. Councillor Day.
Kia ora. So I will be supporting this. Like others, I supported the Wolf Fitzsimons amendment during the LTP process because it did make sense. And I agree that obviously we've received some feedback from a number of people and it makes sense to respond. So I'd like to thank the staff for their quick response and for looking at how we can do that in a way that works within the processes that we have to meet requirements. That sometimes the rules can be quite restrictive, but thank you for the what has been produced here. So I agree this is about taking people with us. And one of the things that we really do need to do, and we should be working with the sector around, is thinking creatively about how we can help people get to these events. That actually we could be doing a ride and event package. We should be thinking about actually how we can support that behaviour and mode shift. We can't just be punitive and then expect people to pick another option. We actually need to think about helping people with that. One of the things I think that's really important, it's been acknowledged that public transport at night isn't necessarily as good as what we see during the day, but also the fact that that these institutions that have sent us this letter, they are regional, actually they're national institutions in many cases, but they do have a regional sort of, I guess, pull. And so people from outside the Wellington boundary do come to these events. So if you're thinking of the ballet or, various other ones, people might be coming from up the Kapiti coast, and if it's an evening thing and people are maybe a little bit older, getting public transport isn't always an option, and so then we actually do start to rule people out of being able to do those things. So I think it's important that we acknowledge that, yes, if they're coming in, they should pay. I totally agree with that. We don't need to, as ratepayers here, be subsidising people who are coming from outside of the region. They can help us with the costs of doing that. And actually, it's not ridiculous pricing. And I think that we do need to make sure that we are recovering the costs and the opportunity costs of those spaces. But I do also want to acknowledge, like Councillor Condi, that the letter was that we received was really helpful because it had practical solutions. It was constructive. And I think we need to keep that dialogue going around what we can do moving forward to think about other options of people getting in and out of the city. So yeah, definitely will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Rush.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I do find it very, very odd to say that making car journeys easier is not inconsistent with climate change goals. It's a bit like saying that pre-1930s protections is also consistent with the high density. But nevertheless, when this first came to us, I originally felt that the private car parks that are around the city would be able to pick up the slack. However, the unintended consequence of the 2-hour limitation escaped me at the time, so I'm very pleased to be able to support these businesses.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I just briefly wanted to touch on a few points when reading through this paper and kind of just deciding whether to support it or not. I think it's really important that we keep our arts and culture sector alive and that we are supporting them, like the people that wrote us that really well-written letter. However, I can kind of look at this in a different way and think that if we are helping our creatives for a sustainable city, that we do need to be kind of looking at more assertive efforts in line with our parking policy as well. And we can, the letter mentioned having drop-off zones for AV equipment and things like that. And I think drop-off zones and other ways that we've looked at our transport network is being achieved through the Golden Mile consultation and other things like that. Also noting things like consistently with our parking policy, the shorter stay and higher demand pockets too. I think we can cater to our artists by making the city more people friendly and removing cars from a lot of these places as well, and then making sure that it is accessible to transport AV equipment, costumes and things like that, alongside providing sustainable options for mode shift, which is why I've settled on supporting this paper. But just to kind of touch as well the parking policy and our climate aspect here, and I'm sure many of the people that wrote to us are aware of those things as well. Yep, and then just lastly to close, that I'm supportive of this paper, mainly around we're just extending from 2 hours to 4 hours, but if we were to be delaying or making any sort of amendments to the amount of money people are paying, I would not be supporting it.
Anyone else? Councillor Sparrow.
I'll just say that I won't be voting for 3 or 4 because I've never been particularly comfortable with increasing the number of hours that we're charging through to 10 o'clock or the amount we're actually charging, because we want people to come into town, we're saying, but until we have a reliable public transport system, I think we are providing lots of disincentives to do so.
That's it? Okay. Thank you, councillors, for the discussion. And can I just say, first of all, I think thank you for your recognition that we did create an issue here that we didn't intend to create, and that this is an opportunity to put it right. And thank you also for your support, because this is not about parking per se. This is about support for our arts, culture, events and hospitality sectors. That's what it's about, and that's, I think, the way the frame we should look at it from. A few points to make. One is the climate change interface that a number of people have raised. I'm not sure I can understand how Uber is an answer to climate change, because if, my recollection is if you look at people getting around, actually Uber and taxis are actually more carbon intensive than your private car, because at least your private car you go there, back again. With an Uber, it may well go to pick you up, to bring you in, to then go and pick you up again, to then take you home. So it may well be 4 trips rather than, they may not be as long, all of them, but that may well be 4 rather than 2. So I wouldn't necessarily see that as being the answer to everything. Councillor Condi, thank you. I thought very helpful comments that you made, and I think it was a good reflection of how the traffic resolution process works. And I guess the issue here is that because we were busy, we had so many issues we were dealing with, and you look at the organisations here, they're not going to be, they're not going to have lots of time and energy to work out what it is that council's doing. And this thing has genuinely got under the radar. And sometimes we've got to recognise that not everybody is looking at everything that we do and spending every waking moment trying to follow it. And so things are going to slip through their radar screen as well. And so they're not seeing it. So I think that's right. And so it's really, to me, in a sense, I guess what you were saying, Councillor Condi, is this is a matter of timing as to when we got this advice. It would have been great to get the advice at the time. They didn't know. How could they give it to us? They know now, they're giving it to us, and we're responding to it, which I think is exactly the right thing. And I echo your thanks to the staff who've worked very hard and very quickly to respond to the issues that we've raised. And I think thank you, Councillor Rush. I mean, you've basically summed up. It was very quick, but you summed up that we all, the 2-hour bit did escape us all. I don't think we missed that. So we got that wrong. We're fixing it now. The part about private car parks you mentioned, picking up the slack, we have had a few goes at that. Now, one of them was when we had tourism, absolutely positively Wellington Tourism, and we had an arrangement called No Parking, KNOW. And that was where there was an arrangement which encouraged some of the private sector car parks to open at times which they normally wouldn't have done, and provide extra car parking. It was mostly targeted at weekends, but we know that some of the car parking is available for commuters effectively during the week, but it's not then available at night or during the weekend. So I think that it is worthwhile having a look at that, and I guess that is part of Councillor Calvert's amendment, which I think is worth having a good look at to see whether there is some opportunity there, again, to support our commercial and events sectors. Councillor O'Neill, you raised the issue of drop-off zones. I think we're clearly going to have to have a little bit of a nuanced view of that about how, again, we support our the sector in terms of actually delivering things. Councillor Sparrow, look, you've been completely principled on this. I completely agree with you. I actually agree with the approach you're taking. However, if you were to vote against 3, what you're effectively saying is carry on now, go straight to 10 o'clock at night, keep charging at 10 o'clock at night. So you're actually definitely cutting off your nose to spite your face. So I would very much suggest to you that it would be useful to vote for, at least to vote for 3, because otherwise you're actually saying carry on and don't do anything about fixing the problem. I can understand why you might not want to vote for 4, and you've been consistent with that. So with that, councillors, I just want to finish off again by saying thank you to officers for responding so quickly. Thank you to the sector and to all those people who've communicated their concerns about this, and thank you to you, councillors, for responding positively to this as well. So, councillors, do we want to take any bits separately? Because I detect that we will take some bits separately. 4. You want 4 separately? Is there anything else anyone wants separately? Okay, 4. We'll take 4 and then we'll take the rest. Okay. Eventually. How's it going? That's all done? Yeah, good. Right, okay. Councillor O'Neill. Cool, right. Done. Thank you. That's an interesting collaboration there. Okay, and the rest? The rest? 1 to 7, excluding 4. Thank you, councillors. Right. Okay, that takes us to the papers from committee, which now my computer's just disappeared on me. Forward program. Okay. So, councillors, I'm going to move the paper on the forward program, which is the next paper on the agenda. So I'm just going to move, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Thank you. Is there any debate? Ooh. Councillor Calvert and then Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. Look, I just think the coming to council, I think having an overview of all the whole forward program for all the committees would be very useful. I know this is really just about what's coming on council, but then it does need to be an opportunity where there's an oversight of what is coming up overall so that we have a comprehensive picture. So.
Okay. And Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. Just really quickly, look, I have spoken to the staff around the forward program and I'm sure we'll do some more coordination. I think it is about exercising proper governance that we do look at the way we stagger our work program. So hopefully that point's been heard and we'll do some good coordination going forward.
Thank you. Anyone? Okay. Deputy Mayor Free and then Councillor.
Yeah, look, I actually have to agree with those two previous speakers. It was my understanding that at council we would have a sheet like we used to get with the actual complete work program for all the committees, and that council would be the committee at which we would look at it. And I'm a little bit disappointed it hasn't been done. So I want to discuss with our officers whether we can do that in the future.
Thanks, Councillor Fitzsimons.
My comment really is just about the information coming on the representation review initial proposal, and obviously we've had a workshop on that, but I just want to reflect on the fact that we've just passed a LTP that is city-wide in its focus, and I think that the kinds of issues that we needed to address in the LTP sit nicely with the approach of having all of city councillors, particularly in the context of Māori ward. So I'm really just, I can't obviously force anything, but I just want to record that I would be expecting to see some good options with that coming forward.
So, councillors, two things. I agree with the comments about trying to make sure we've got an integrated package of the forward program across the board, because clearly, particularly, was last week, wasn't it? Particularly last week, we had far too much on the agenda to be able to give it justice, and that was pretty draining for everybody, and that was just around this table, let alone officers. So we need to make sure that doesn't happen on an ongoing basis. So we will do some work to make sure we coordinate all of those and get the workflow managed. From my perspective, the council oversight of this is about the workflow. It's not about getting into the detail of individual papers. I mean, all we really need to know is these papers are coming up. These ones are the big ones. Have we got too much which is on an agenda at a time, or a collection of agendas at a time? Have we got too little? So we actually manage that and smooth it out a little bit. That's the key. Whereas I know that you have meetings as chairs and deputy chairs with the deputy mayor, and you've been having those where you've got more into the detail of the papers. Now that's fine, but from a council perspective, I just need to make sure that we've got a reasonable oversight of the whole lot. This month was always going to be the if you like, the transmission process between the old system and the new system. So we always expected there to be some things which need to be smoothed during this month, and so we expect to get that all right for August when we come back after the break. And the other thing, Councillor Fitzsimons, I take the points that you've made, but talking to the forward program is not a chance to start. And I know you only did a little bit. But yeah, well, I was thinking about it. There's an acknowledgement there. But I was thinking about, that these are not the opportunity to start litigating something which is on the forward program. It is just purely about, there is a paper on A, B, C. Okay, so we will vote. Welcome back, Councillor Foon. Okay, so the report of the Social, Cultural and Economic Committee, Puroro Rangaranga, that is, I don't know who's going to be introducing that one. Councillor Wolf, do you want to introduce that one? So, No, because this has been through a committee, so. Yeah. No, well, the first one of these is the new lease and licence on the Wellington Town Belt Squash New Zealand and Tenera Garden. Okay, you want to move that? Okay, so do you want to stand, please? Stand, please, yeah.
Yeah, I say move. This is the third time that this has come before a committee, and yeah, it's a good thing. So let's move on.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Do you wish to speak? Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Pannett.
Very briefly, won't talk too much about car parks, but look, I do agree with this lease. Squash New Zealand and Susan Devoy and volunteers have done an amazing job. It's just about how to help them now make some more money. Now, they've talked to me about leasing car parks, which, as you know, makes me a little bit scratchy. But they've done such a great job and want to support them. So hopefully I have been dealing with one of the people that there can be some more work done to help them where we can.
On that one? Look, I'm just going to just say briefly, and it is about squash, but I do want to say two things there. One is that I'm really pleased that we actually have given squash some time and space to sort this out, because you'll recall that I think it was about September-ish last year, the proposition was that the building would have been closed, it would have been then had to be knocked down, and that would have been an asset loss to the city. I mean, the building needed a lot of work done on it, but the squash community has stepped up big time. And we've given them the space to do that, and they're making great strides forward. I think that's fantastic that we will have a squash gym facility which is able to be there and have a long-term life. But the one other thing, I do pick up the point that Councillor Pannett made. I was up there for essentially, if you like, the relaunch there by the squash community and Dame Susan Devoy. And Grant Robertson was up there as well. And one of the things that I've noticed in that building, we used to have a physio there, which I occasionally had to, after various football injuries, had to go and see. But because that's a commercial activity, which theoretically is not a sporting-related activity, I don't know how it's not a sporting-related activity, but never mind, they were not allowed there under the Town Belt Act. And of course, those sort of things are actually helpful to add to the viability of the buildings. And we've got just a handful of buildings on the Town Belt where this probably is an issue. At the Squash, the Renner Centre being an example, where again there's a large part of a building which is not able to be used because we can't make it work. And I think there are some things there, and Grant seemed reasonably amenable to actually having a little look at whether we could actually do something that actually made sense to have no adverse effects, only positive effects, but also help the viability of these operations. So it's a can-do approach rather than not. So that's something which I do think we need to do a little bit more thinking about, of whether the principle actually has got in the way of pragmatic, good outcomes. Councillor Wolfe.
Yeah, I won't say too much more, but to thank Councillor Pannett and Mayor Foster for bringing something else to the table. That pragmatic approach around our Town Belt Act is really important, and that is what Minister Robertson, he used the word pragmatic to be able to help organisations and individuals use the Town Belt to the best of what we can do.
Thank you, Councillor Wolfe. I will vote. Got Councillor Foon there as well. Got Councillor Condi's a yes. Councillor Foon is not there. He's gone again. Okay, right. Okay, that's passed. Right, alcohol fees bylaw. Who's going to move that for us? Do you want to move that, Councillor Day?
I move the alcohol fees bylaw paper.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fitzsimons. Do you wish to speak? Does anybody wish to speak? No? Okay, we'll put that. Thank you. The report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 23rd of June. Transfer of some land there. Councillor Rush, do you wish to move this?
Yeah, I'm very pleased to move this paper.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Matthews. It's got NZTA involved. Anybody else? No? Okay, let's vote. Thank you. Okay, councillors, that takes us to the end of the open part of the meeting. So I'm going to move, we've got 2 items under the public excluded component, both of which the reason for going into public excluded is to protect the privacy of natural persons. So sections 2A under section 48(1)(a. So I'm going to move that and noting that we will be releasing the names of those people later on. It's usually not a problem to release people's names unless we've said no to them or we've said horrible things about them, and that's why we protect their privacy. So, so councillors, if you can vote, please. Seconded by Councillor Rush. Any debate? Okay, if you can vote, please. Just the karakia? Oh, well, it would be a bit odd to have that, with that being the only bit, but never mind. I don't mind either way. Okay, right. Unu here, unu here, unu here, ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te nāka, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara takatu, koea rā e rongo, whakarea aki ki ronga. Kia wātia, ai rā kua wātia. Councillors, thank you all very much. Very good meeting, well done. 2:21, it's probably blown people's diaries apart rather.